There we
Okay.
go.
Okay, good evening. Calling the planning board meeting for the City of Boulder Planning Board for Thursday, November 19th, 2020 to order. We have a quorum, and the first order of business is just to turn it over to our moderator, Jean Gatza, and she is going to lay down some ground rules for this virtual meeting. Jean?
Great. Okay, I'm just allowing our new planning director into the meeting.
Yeah, we're going to introduce him in a little bit. So we'll give you your time just to get the meeting started and we can introduce him.
Get this going on. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. This is the City of Boulder Planning Board meeting. We are aiming to keep these meetings respectful and orderly, and as such, we have a little bit of protocol that we should just go through quickly. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. And just as it would be if we were meeting in person, the time for speaking or asking questions is limited. So either I or Harmon, the board chair, will recognize folks, members of the public, to speak, and we'll ask you to unmute it at the appropriate time. We'll need everyone intending to address the board to please show a full name. If your full name is not currently displayed, please change it, or you can send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. No video will be permitted except for board, staff, and applicants, and all others will participate by voice only. Harmon and I or Cindy will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates the rules, so please don't do that. And the chat function should only be used for technical issues to communicate with me or Cindy as the host. It's not the place to ask questions about any of the content. The board members are not allowed to have side electronic conversations, and frankly, it's too hard for all of us to monitor that and pay attention to the discussion. So please use chat to me or to Cindy only for technical issues. And only staff and board members will be allowed to share their screens. When we open the public hearing, so members of the public, you'll use that raise hand function to indicate that you'd like to speak. You should find this easily at the bottom of your screen. If there's anyone here by phone, they can use *9 to raise their hand. We'll call on folks who have raised hands and unmute them. And as I mentioned, testimony will be by voice only. Let's see, we'll have 3 minutes to speak to address the board. And this is really out of fairness. We don't like to cut folks off, so please try to stay to that 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and then a time's up will chime. Let's see, full name. We're not, okay, and we're not allowing any pooling of time for this meeting. Cindy, Harmon, did I miss anything?
Nope, you did great, thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Here we go.
Okay, well, as part of this extended call to order tonight, I want to turn it over to Charles Farrow, who is going to introduce a very important person to us. So Charles.
Great, thanks very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. I'm very pleased to introduce Jacob Lindsay, our new Director of Planning and Development Services. Jacob joins us from the city of Charleston, South Carolina, where he served as the Director of Planning, Preservation, and Sustainability. We're very excited to have him on board. It's been an action-packed week for him so far. So please join me in welcoming Jacob.
Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles, and thank you, members of the Planning Board and Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that I'm completely honored and humbled by the opportunity to serve the community of Boulder as your new Director of Planning and Development Services. Among the many privileges of this position are the opportunities to work with your world-class planning staff, whom I've had the privilege of meeting almost all of them, the time spent with you as an appointed board, and the chance to help further the legacy of innovative planning that the city of Boulder has pioneered over the years. So I'm thankful for the opportunity and look forward to working with each and every one of you as we go forward together. And I'll turn it back over to you, Charles.
Thanks very much, Jacob. All right, Mr. Chair, I think we're ready to get into regular business.
Okay, thank you. Really great to have you, Jacob, and looking forward to working with you. And so our next order is much less exciting than that. We're just gonna have a vote on whether or not to approve the October 22nd, 2020 minutes, which Cindy prepared and which were sent out some time ago. I think everybody had an opportunity to make any amendments to those minutes. So does anybody have any discussion around approval of minutes before I call for a motion? Okay, do we have a motion to approve the October 22nd, 2020 minutes?
I'll move to approve them.
Can John get a second?
And I'll second.
Okay, I saw Lupita first. I'm going to give her the second. Sorry, Lisa. So we've got a motion by Gerstle, seconded by Montoya, and I'll go for a roll call vote at this point. David Ensign,
Yes.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Lupita Montoya,
Yes.
Sarah Silver,
Yes.
John Gerstle,
Yes.
Peter Vitale,
You betcha.
and I will vote yes. So the minutes are approved. Next order of business on the agenda is public participation. This is the time when members of the public who want to address the planning board may address the planning board on items that aren't on the public hearing agenda. Tonight, we don't have any public hearings. We have a couple of call-ups and a couple of matters. So really anything that is of concern to the citizenry and folks who want to alert the planning board to any issues, it's fair game. So I'm going to turn it over to Jean. Jean, can you moderate this public participation segment of our agenda, please?
Will do. Thanks, Harmon.
Thank you.
I see folks, there are 4 folks that have their hands up at the moment. We have Harvey Hine, Mark McIntyre, Jan Burton, Kurt Nordbeck, and also Michael Bosma. So Michael, I knew you were in here first. So looks like Lynn Siegel and David. Okay, good. We've got a bunch of, everybody's finding the raise hand function. Let's start with Harvey. Harvey, you've got 3 minutes. You should be able to unmute and I will start the timer.
Can you hear me?
We can, you can go ahead.
Great. My name is Harvey Hine. I live at 1701 15th Street, downtown Boulder. I've lived in Boulder since 1974. I have been an architect owning my company since 1989. I'd like to welcome Jacob to his new position. I've worked with many planning directors over the years and have enjoyed their different work styles. I look forward to this one. I am here to kind of back Macon's newsletter. He has 7 items on that newsletter. I presume you're all familiar with them. I very much back all 7 of those items that he lists. I think they're long overdue. They're complete no-brainers, and I think that'd be really good for Boulder. Particularly item number 3, allowing our housing department to provide real incentives for workforce and affordable housing. I don't know why this hasn't happened in the past. It just makes so much sense. And I think that's also a good way to integrate low-income housing with other socioeconomic residential situations instead of separating them out in separate areas. For example, if there was a development capability that you got an extra FAR for low-income housing, then you would have a mixed-use project of different people of different economies, and that's always good for everybody involved. So I really would push you to follow recommendation number 3, as long as all the others. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, I have no idea what it is what newsletter is being referred to.
Oh, really?
So Sarah, I think we can just ask him. Harvey, you said Macon's newsletter, and I assume you mean Macon Coles, but you might give us just 10 seconds on what that is.
Okay, I just lost it. Basically, it's housing issues. Let's see if I can find it again. Yeah. So the 7 are very easy. Accelerate the East Boulder subcommunity plan so that completion can turn into action. Number 2, now's the time to implement form-based code at Alpen Balsam This single element could be the key bringing housing to the critical site. 3, which I like the most, let's be more like Longmont, following our housing department to provide real incentives for workforce and affordable housing. Number 4, commit to a study of planning reserved for housing sustainability. There is no reason this could not begin and end in 9 months. Number 5, use this moment to implement minimum densities along our transportation corridors. Minimum densities, not maximums. Broadway, 28th, 30th Street, Arapahoe, Pearl baseline. Give urgency and support to the parking working group to be bold by junking parking minimums and institute parking maximums. Permit ADUs on all single family lots. That's it.
David?
I just located the newsletter that was sent out from Macon to Planning Board. It came out at 6:10 p.m. So I found it actually, it was filtered into my spam folder. I don't know why, but anyway, hopefully people can locate that.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. All right. Jean, back to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Harvey. Next, we'll have Michael Bosma, then Mark McIntyre, then Jan Burton. Michael, you can go ahead.
First, let me welcome you, Jacob. It's great to have you on board, and it's great that we finally hired somebody. I'm talking in regards to the potential call up on the Walnut Street property, and I wanted to give you guys a brief update, and I'm sure that you've seen the memo and everything that's applicable to it. Let me just give you a quick background of why we're even here at site review. And we never intended to be at site review, and we have followed through our development process everything that goes by the BRC revised development and intensity standards for this property. As you guys know, it was owned by the September School previous to us and operated for many years as September School. And at one point in time, they went through, prior to a site review process, a PUD. That PUD was put into place for the establishment of the use of the garage on the site to be a band studio. It was approved and accepted, and thus it was binding. And city staff has the ability to remove previous PUDs as long as the property is conforming. Well, when working with the historic staff and our voluntary landmarking of this property, the main house, as we want to, it's beautiful. We realized that the existing house and structure is within the new setback limits by a couple feet. And instead of saying, let's relocate the house or let's move the house a few feet back, whatever, we said, well, let's just go through site review, and we'll make the site conforming in all aspects: parking, density, intensity, dwelling, everything that's by right by code. But in doing that, we need to come before your board. So we've gone through this, and I'm sure we might have some comments about the use, and I want to be very clear on the use of this property. In the use table 6-1, you guys know that we don't define anything as a drug rehab facility or anything like that. It falls within the 36. Anyways, we are 100% sober living, and I want to get that out there. This is not a drug rehab facility. And if you look at our management plan, I'm here for questions throughout this. We have made it very, very clear that this is a sober living facility. This is a place where counseling will take place. This is a place where people can go to work and they can come back, and they need a little extra help after the fact. And the fact that we meet all the standards of what the code applies by, I just feel like we'd be doing, it would be interesting that we're no longer, abiding by the actual code. And if you guys have questions, let me know. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Mark McIntyre. Mark, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, Planning Board. Mark McIntyre. I am currently serving as the vice chair of the Transportation Advisory Board, but my comments tonight are strictly my own. I noticed that on your agenda tonight, like ours at our next meeting, is your letter to council. And it's always a tricky thing of how to do that without violating Cora, but yet produce something that is satisfactory to everyone on your board. And I just wanted to offer that TAB's letter to council over the last several years, we haven't achieved our goals in our letter. And I think that might be that we have been too broad, maybe looking too big. And my advice and what I hope that we do, since I'm not authoring it this year, is to focus on really measurable outcomes. And in your case, I would encourage you to focus on housing. How many units did we achieve? New units did we achieve in Boulder between the last letter to council and the next letter to council? So the other thing I wanted to comment on tonight, and does go back to the letter to council, I can say that over the last several years, we have always put parking reform in our letter, in our recommendation to council, that this is a topic that needs to be addressed. And finally, we now have a working group that's addressing this. And I hope that I am not the TAB representative to that working group. But I hope that working group does eventually, in relation to housing, create parking standards that can be applied. I guess what I'm saying is wage the battle now so that you create parking maximums rather than minimums, and deal with this in such a big way that you're not dealing with parking on a subjective basis, project by project. Get the battle over with, and then use that as a tool as you go forward evaluating different housing projects. And finally, I have one little bit of urgency in relation to parking, and that is we are about to embark upon the North Broadway pavement reconstruction. And we've made a lot of progress there. I am in favor of the new design, and that's going to be an ongoing project. But an area for me that I think needs to be changed is the parking on the east side of Broadway between Violet and Lee Hill is currently unpaid. That is the perfect spot for paid parking. And I would appreciate planning board support in making sure as we redevelop that, we have the infrastructure for that to be paid parking. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, next up we have Jan Burton, followed by Kurt Nordbeck, followed by Lynn Siegel. Jan, you can go ahead.
Good evening, planning board members, and thank you for your service to our community. First of all, I'd like to welcome Jacob. It's great to have you. And Jacob, I would like you to consider that this might be a great time to take a new view of processes. And I'll refer to that in just a minute. I am on the board of Create Boulder, which is an advocacy group for the arts. And I happen to be on the Arts Commission board meeting last night. They were having the same discussion you will be about what will be your letter to council. And I saw some intersection points there that were very interesting. One, of course, is the big H, housing. And the impact of the cost of housing on arts professionals, artists, musicians, staff members is incredibly terrible. I think we are often mentioned as being the third highest. We have the third highest number of artists in the country, but I would venture to say a lot of them do not live in Boulder. They live in the surrounding community because they can't afford to live in Boulder, and that's not a good situation. So anything that can be done about housing would be fantastic. And another twist on that is it can be very supportive of our art and creative community. Secondly, you may or may not have your eyes on this one, but that is the public art program. the processes and red tape are unbelievable. And it actually causes a lot of installations to not happen. An example of that is in my own neighborhood where in Beach Park, the university students were working on a wonderful project that the neighborhood was very much in favor of. The Arts Council Commission was in favor of. The Parks and Rec Board was in favor of, and boom, it hit the planning group, and suddenly it became an ADU. So I think that's one thing. I mean, we in the age of COVID, we are all starving for ways that we as a community can come around, we can heal, and art is one way to do that. So I would really like you to consider to support the planning group to simplify the processes and the red tape around public art. And finally, I did not plan to talk about this, but I am also for sober living facilities. In these ages of mental health issues, all communities need to welcome that kind of facility. And so I would support that being built in Boulder. Thank you very much for your service, and good luck tonight.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, next up is Kurt Nordback. Kurt, you can go ahead.
Hi, I also want to welcome Jacob. I think it's great to have you here. We're very excited to have you joining the city. I want to talk tonight on AMPS. I want to express my support for both reworking the NPP and for re-examining pricing for on-street and off-street parking. These are modest but positive steps in beginning to bring our parking policies in line with our goals and values as a city. In particular, parking policies should reflect our climate, Vision Zero, equity, and TMP goals, and recognize that all public parking and most private parking, meaning that portion that's above and beyond what the market would provide on its own, is an enormous subsidy for cars and driving. The memo says that all Boulderites interact with the NPP and paid parking, and therefore the highest level of public engagement, the collaborate level, is appropriate for this project. Certainly not all Boulderites interact with these programs. I personally do not. All else equal, greater public engagement is good, of course, but it comes with the trade-off of a slower and more expensive process. So to balance public engagement with expeditiously moving forward, I'd support a somewhat lower level of engagement. The memo also says that the project should, quote, understand that a multimodal city includes parking too. Honestly, that seems like an all lives matter kind of a statement, given how pervasive and inescapable parking and car-centric design are in the city. Boulder probably has about 500,000 parking spaces based on studies from other cities. So getting defensive about parking just seems tone deaf and not reflective of the huge imbalance in the amount of money, acreage, and energy we devote to cars versus human-powered modes in this city. Finally, I'm very encouraged that staff are continuing to work on the parking code changes, and I'm eager to see what comes out of that effort and hope that it can happen soon. Again, I'd urge that we be bold in beginning to align our code with our stated goals and values. Thanks.
Thank you, Kurt. Next up, we've got Lynn Siegel, Macon Cowell, and Claudia Hansen-Thien. Lynn, you can go ahead.
Yo, Jacob, first of all, if my sound doesn't come through, would you please let me know immediately, anyone? Yeah, Jacob, I like the fact that you used my favorite word, integrated. So let's see if that's going to happen. And let's see. The fact that I can't see you and you can't see me, I mean, I can see you, but you can't see me, is horrific in this community, that after 8 months, we still don't have video windows for our public. I'm here shaking in my boots because I have a hearing with the Board of Assessment Appeals tomorrow on my property tax. Interestingly, in 2003, I brought it down from 615,000 to 487,000. It seems in the last few years, that was 2003, that it's been going up and up as far as being variable, you know, for individuals. To me, that seems interesting and concerning, because I have to go up against these lawyers, and unless I hire a lawyer, and then I've spent all the money that I would save in taxes anyway. And it just drives up the cost of housing in Boulder that I'm complaining about, which is really unchangeable, you know, unless something gets done. And we have, Jacob, $200,000 parking spaces in Boulder up on the hill. Steve Pomerantz profiled this. And this is concerning. As to ADUs, great. But if we don't have a change in occupancy, and in my case, I have a main house and an outbuilding, I could make that into an ADU. But what's the point? Then I have 2 heating and cooling systems, and I can only have 3 people in an 1,800 square foot house of my main house. So what's my motivation? And spending who knows how much for a sprinkler system in the new space. So if you're gonna promote ADUs, you've got to do something to incentivize them as well. As far as 1902 Walnut, Michael Bosma once threatened me and another neighborhood member who were opposing the 311 group, and said that he would put up a heroin treatment center on that property if we went through with our fighting for all the subsidies, against all the subsidies that the city of Boulder was providing, 7 of them actually, giveaways to the 311 project. On the wildfire urban the wildlife urban interface, where wildfires are going to come in and affect the senior community that's to live there. So I don't put a lot of stock into the fact that he's saying this is not a drug rehab and recovery counseling center. It absolutely is. It says that, you know, it's defined that way. So let's not put lipstick on a pig, and do not approve of anything that he asked for. Keep him in his setbacks. He's stuck with moving his building if he has to. I find him very disingenuous. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Lynn. Next up, David Adamson. Oh, wait. Oh, where's my list? Okay. Yep. Wait. Did I say Macon next? I'm not really sure where the list all moved. Okay, how about we go with David Adamson, then Macon Cowles, and then Claudia. David, you can go ahead. Hello? Oh, there we go. David, you can go ahead. David? Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to you. Macon, are you ready?
Hi, everybody. This is Macon Coles. I live in 17th and Mapleton. I want to talk to you tonight about housing with a focus on the letter that you're going to be discussing late in your meeting, to the letter to City Council that you send every year at this time, about the issues that deserve the attention of the city during the next year. I really enjoy coming before planning board. I hold this board really close to my heart because I served on this board for 5 years. While I was on this board, I remember going with Gene Gatzett, we and several of us from the planning department, to the American Planning Association meeting in San Francisco to try to pick up our skills, learn some things about what other cities were doing. But as you folks know, housing is a crisis in our city. We've identified it as such. And in 2017, we adopted the middle income housing strategy, which commits that we're going to—
Go down to see April, the thing is beeping.
Hello?
No, you can go ahead, Macon.
Okay. That, the middle income housing strategy commits us to create 3,500 new affordable and workforce units. That's both subsidized and unsubsidized, but units that can be afforded by people with middle income jobs by the year 2030. We've actually done a good job this year. We're going to bring in somewhat in excess of 220 new affordable units, but this is an unusual year and is the culmination of 3 years work at bringing in those units. Otherwise, we're going to be far off of the mark. And that's why I sent a newsletter to some colleagues today pointing out some issues that I felt were some salient issues that could be emphasized by the city during the next year. But what I want to talk about, because I'm concerned about so many of our frontline workers not being able to find housing in our city at all. And by frontline, I don't just mean first responders, but I mean the people that we see in the stores that are important enough to our city that even under a lockdown, like the one that's starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow in our county, the workers that still have to serve us in the grocery stores and other essential businesses. So what I'm hopeful that you'll point out to council in the letter that you send to them is the importance of two things. One is doing a baseline urban services study to study the planning reserve, because it's very clear that we cannot meet our housing needs within the current urban service boundary within Area 1. And the second is to look at the success of the ADU program since the regulations were loosened 2 years ago, and permit ADUs as a matter of right in all single family zoning throughout the city. And with that, I hope you'll keep those in mind when you discuss the importance of housing and how you can light a fire under the council to move this forward. Thanks a lot, and I wish all of you well. Hope you're staying safe and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Macon. Okay, next up, David Adamson, and then Claudia Hanson-Thiem, and then Lisa Gunther.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, you can go ahead, David.
Oh, lovely. Well, good evening, wonderful staff, planning board members, and especially our new planning director. I'm David Adamson, the executive director of Goose Creek Community Land Trust. Community Land Trust organize local people to build permanently affordable housing on city or nonprofit owned land, and our scope is in Boulder County. And I just want to add to Macon's great list 3 sort of out of the weeds ideas. Number 1 is that we need to change the frame. You know, as Lincoln said in his Gettysburg Address, we need to disenthrall ourselves and we will save our country. You know, we've resigned ourselves to seeing housing as this Gordian knot, which cannot be cut, you know, because of whatever, market forces. Americans don't want to give up cars. Single family homeowners don't want any density next to them, etc. But we can add all the housing we need for our workforce without a public subsidy, without obscuring anyone's view, while decreasing auto congestion, auto pollution, auto global warming, and bike pet auto deaths and injury, while improving neighborhood character and characters, improving city finances and the local economy. And if we do that, we will attack the segregation by race and income and age that is at the heart of today's polarization and the continuing nightmare of injustice that has stained US land use from the beginning of colonization. And I sent some of you an image of, you know, what's happened with for sale middle income housing in this town, which was once plentiful, obviously, in the post-war era, and then all really until 2000, when people like me and a few others got in under the wire to purchase something. Anyway, it's completely collapsed. It's just no longer there. But so number 2, before I go to the, you know, more about the how, and I do provide a couple of images from our work. We've worked with housing experts all over this town and beyond, at Alpine Balsam and here on North Street. You know, how could we do this? And I'll get back to that right at the end. But number 2 you know, why should we do this? Because we must. It's what we believe. All the values of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan scream it out. Climate and biodiversity collapse mean we must have deeply resilient communities. So we have to work together. We can do it. We did it on open space. We did it on the Pearl Street Mall. We did it buying Alpine Balsam. We have to stop vilifying each other. We can oppose ideas, but let's understand the deeper aspects of each other's point of views as exposed by Shankar Vedantam. Please listen to his Hidden Brain podcast about moral convictions and people like me who are in the grip of moral convictions. Okay, number 3, getting back down into the how, we have to change the model. Our existing model of affordable housing is broken. We can't keep adding luxury units and a few affordable units for for folks below 60% of the AMI. That model is broken.
Please wrap up. Your
Okay,
time is
so we
done.
have to stop building luxury units or severely limit them. Please, I sent you a link. Let's revisit. My ask to you, revisit the Back Porch Group's housing consensus and consider our pilot program that I talked to you about May 28th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Okay, next up, Claudia Hanson Theme, Lisa Gunther, and Bill Holicky. And those are all the hands that I see up. If anyone else would like to speak to the board, please go ahead and put your hand up. Claudia, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Jean. Good morning, members of the planning board. Welcome, Jacob. This is Claudia Hanson Theme. I live in the Holiday neighborhood of North Boulder. I'm usually happier listening in here, but I wanted to share a few comments on this year-end letter that you'll be sending to City Council. And I really appreciated back in October that your earlier conversation about this exercise kind of cast aside council's canned questions, and some of you went straight to the issues of climate change and racism. And I really hope that those big issues stay front and center in whatever you send out. I think there's a tendency to see the work of this board as a series of one-off project reviews, and I'm really guilty of that too. It's kind of my local politics comfort food, but the broader plans and policies that this board can support can do so much more for the city. I really appreciate the advocacy for more housing in more flavors from Harvey and Mark and Jan and Macon and David tonight, and I share that priority. I want to echo that. I think it's a slow process in Boulder, but I hope we can continue to push for more housing options in single-family neighborhoods, and that we can use multifamily housing to anchor truly walkable mixed-use neighborhoods when we have larger parcels and area plans in play. There's a couple more specific things on my mind for this letter. The first is parking. I'm glad that Kurt spoke to that earlier, and I'm happy to see the AMPS program on the agenda tonight. I hope that that program at least leads to a more accurate pricing of the public right-of-way. But I think the other question here, as Mark mentioned, is that of parking minimums or maximums. And to me, this feels like an essential companion project to what you've been doing on the use tables, essentially because our kind of outdated parking requirements undermine so many of our efforts to really create walkable zones and also naturally affordable housing. It adds expenses when we have to have parking there. Parking has been on the city's work plan for a while, but council seems content to punt on it. And this fall, they even suggested trading it for faster work on occupancy limits, if I remember correctly. I think it's a long overdue priority, and it really shouldn't be used as a bargaining chip. It's time to do some work on it. The other thing on my mind tonight is actually an individual project that seems to have fallen off the radar, and that's the Alpine Balsam project. We went through a huge amount of public process on Alpine Balsam to get that area plan approved in 2019, and it feels like it's disappeared since then. Meanwhile, we have a dead space in a central Boulder neighborhood there that has really good bones as a neighborhood, and it's rapidly becoming a financial drag on the city. So I hope that you will urge council to start fast tracking that for redevelopment, whether the city itself wants to be the developer or find builders that will suit its goals there. So I hope you'll urge council to keep things moving. I'm going to go back to listening now and look forward to your discussion later. Thanks.
Wow, perfectly timed, Claudia. Thank you. Next up is Lisa Gunther. Lisa, you can go ahead.
All righty. Thank you for allowing me to talk. This is a little off the cuff. I on someone's mailing list and received the housing letter that came out from Macon. Thank you for that. I'm speaking to you tonight from Boulder Meadows. I live in the only area, well, one of the areas that we are self-subsidized low-income housing. And I just really wanted to let you know that we are creeping quickly towards being not affordable housing. They are going to raise our lot rent again this January 1st, and we'll all on normal size lots be paying $795 as a base rate. I will be okay, but that's less and less of my income that I could use towards investments and paying down student loans. But there are some of my neighbors that are not so lucky, and others in this time of COVID that are scrounging to get support from places like EFA in order to pay their lot rents. And I was wondering, since we are already zoned for only manufactured housing, what will happen when Uniprop, which is a publicly traded corporation that gets all of our lot rent and it doesn't do much to benefit Boulder County, what would you think about the city taking us over and keeping these lot rents regulated down to a place that truly continue to be affordable rather than, you know, drive us off? And they put rental units in here. So we all are homeowners. And even though we don't actually own that piece of ground that's underneath my 75 by 14 trailer, but I've lived here for over 20 years and I'm an involved community member, and so are my neighbors. I would love for you to think about that as well. Thank you. That's really all I had to say tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Bill Holicky is next. Bill, you can go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Bill Holicky, principal and architect with Coburn Architecture. Quickly, a little aside, most people don't understand just how much work planning board is. And when I was on the board, what made that work a lot more palatable was to come together and kind of share the meal ahead of time with my fellow planning board members and have that kind of collegial atmosphere and talk about all the issues. And you guys are doing this hard work without that benefit. So just a quick note, thank you for doing all this in isolation. That's really hard. And it's tough to sit in your house and have these meetings all the time. So thank you for doing that. Jacob, welcome. And hopefully after a few weeks or a few months of getting to know all the architects and applicants in town, you aren't sick of us. We'll see how that goes, but you have a great staff and this is a great board, and good luck drinking from the fire hose. I'm here to answer any questions you might have about 1902. I just wanted to make one clarification of what Michael said. We have designed the project to meet all of the site review standards. With the exception of that front setback, the house, the existing September school is in that setback. So of course, by not moving the house, we are modifying that setback. And we are slightly modifying the east setback as well to move the new building a little bit further away for the September school. And then one last point, I wanted to thank Landmarks and Landmarks DRC. We had a pretty robust process with them to make sure that the new building was complementary to the September school, but didn't modify or change or overwhelm it in any way. We had a lot of conversations about how the September school will be restored, especially in the back. DRC was really helpful with all of that, and the project did change through that process. So just a thank you to staff and the DRC for working through that. And as we all know, that building is special, and we're feeling really good that we've got some really great consensus about how that will be preserved through this project. So thanks for everything there. And again, if there's any questions when you get to the call up, I'm around as well.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, I see no other hands. If anyone else would like to address the board, please raise your hand now. Okay, Harmon, I think back to you.
Okay, thanks, Jean. All right, and thanks for all that public comment. We don't usually have that much in general public comment. We don't usually entertain former planning board and city council members. So a lot of important things were said, and we'll take that into consideration. Next item on the agenda is the discussion of dispositions, planning board call-ups, and continuations. And the first call-up we've already heard a bit about. It's a site review amendment for redevelopment of 1902 Walnut, site of the former September School with a new building, along with repurposing and landmarking of the historic resource on the property and a 52-bed drug rehabilitation and recovery group home. The group home is under a separate conditional use review, ADR 2020-0055, and is not subject to call up by the planning board. The decision may be called up before planning board on or before November 20th, 2020, which is tomorrow. So the first thing that I'll do is just ask if there are any planning board members who need to make any disclosures or recuse themselves around this matter. Raise a hand if you have anything. John Gerstel? John, can you unmute, please?
Yeah, sorry. I visited the site several times and have become familiar with the area, but no problem participating in the decision here.
Anybody else? Okay, then I just want to make a point of clarification. We heard Michael Bosma during general public comment mention a code section. I want to point you to a paragraph in the middle of the second page of the staff report, which is per the land use code section 961 of the code. A group home use is a conditional use within the RH2 zoning district that is subject to specific standards only and not subject to discretionary review or call-up consideration by the planning board. So to the extent that anybody would be interested in calling this matter up, the only latitude that we have as a planning board would be around the site review criteria and whether or not this meets the site review criteria. That is totally distinct from the use criteria for the conditional use, which we don't have authority over. So the question here is really, is the parking setbacks, those things that we look at in site review, are those meritorious of a call up, or do we let the staff approval stand? So does anybody want to call this matter up?
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah, we can totally talk to staff, and we can talk to each other. You can ask questions. So you want to start with a question?
Yeah, I mean, John had something he wanted to say as well. So I had some questions about definitions. In the proposal or the application, it's defined as a group home and also as a congregant care facility. At least the congregant care label is utilized, and those are very different kinds of projects with different kinds of parking components. And so I'd love some clarification from staff about what actually is the right definition for this project.
Elaine, do you want to respond to that?
You bet. Thanks, everyone. Elaine McLaughlin, I'm case manager on the application. And if you go to, let's see, it's page 2 of 153 of the staff memo. It does describe group home facility. And it's this category of facility includes without limitation group homes for persons who are 60 years of age or older, group homes for the developmentally disabled or mentally ill, drug or alcohol abuse, or rehabilitation centers, and facilities for persons with acquired immune deficiency syndrome. So the determination was made that it is a group home.
So Elaine, on page 31 of the whole proposal, this is with that page happens to be within the transportation component. They very specifically say that it is a congregant care facility, and that frees up the applicant to determine its own parking. Let me see if I can just get to the page. Its own parking. Well, here's what it says. The building would be considered a congregant care facility, which per Boulder Revised Code is able to define its own parking requirements. So that just seems like it still seems unclear to me.
Okay, so just as a quick point of clarification, in the land use code, table 9.2, which is use-specific parking requirements for residential all zones, group homes, residential, custodial, or congregate care are all under the same category. And parking requirement is off-street parking appropriate to the use and needs of the facility and the number of vehicles used by its occupants as determined through review. So I think that's what it's in reference to.
Okay.
Section.
And the fact that the applicant says that there won't be any parking allowed, residents will not be allowed to bring cars onto the site, but that doesn't prevent them from having cars. Is that correct?
I think that's a great question for the applicant, but my understanding is that the parking is intended to be for the employees as well as visitors to the site. But I understand Michael Bosma or Bill Holicky is still on the call if you'd like to ask them specifically.
I would love to hear, if that's okay, Harmon, to hear back from them.
No, that's fine. Michael, Bill, one of you guys want to answer the question that Sarah has?
I think Jean has to unmute them.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, you know, we've dealt. Oh, okay. Something happened there. So we've dealt with this a few times. And in regards to the congregate care, you know, we've had to provide parking analysis and traffic studies to justify where that comes and to justify that within the code. Within our particular application, if you look at our management plan, we have a whole section on parking where we specifically outline the number of bike parking spaces that we have, this being used as a sober living facility. You're not admitted. We can't, by code, prevent, or by law, I can't prevent anybody from owning a car. And we've looked into this a lot. You know, it's everybody's right to have a car, but they will not be allowed to keep a car on site, and they're not allowed to access or use cars. And that's one of the reasons why we feel like this location is ideal for it, because it's very close and adjacent to people getting back into the workforce. Pearl Street's, you know, a block and a half away. There's a commercial district there, and there's actually a bus stop directly to the east of our site. And we feel like that would be extremely well utilized on this. And it's just part of the program. It's part of our management plan. And if we don't abide by that as an operator, and maybe I'm not the operator, but anybody that is an operator would be out of compliance with our management plan.
And I'm sorry, Harmon, just to clarify, point of clarification with Michael. So in your management plan, you do not allow the residents to use a car.
That is correct.
Okay.
I think residents are not permitted to possess or operate their own vehicles during their time in the program. Our organization's policies, if residents are found to be in violation of this policy, is ground for termination from the program, is the exact language within our management plan, which is a binding document.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Sarah? You're good? John?
Yeah, I just had a quick question regarding the demolition of the auxiliary building that I think was previously used for band practice or recording. Has there been some consideration by the Landmarks Board about that issue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
We've gone
Very
through DRC. And go ahead, Elaine, if you want to address that as well. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was literally just going to say it did go to Landmarks DRC, and then also the demolition permit, as I understand it, is in process. And so my understanding is it was not found to have historic merit to preserve it.
Okay, so it was formally considered and that determination was made. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, anybody interested in calling this matter up? Okay, then we'll move on to the next item. There's one more call up tonight, and that is a floodplain development permit, FLD 2020-01, the first floodplain development permit of 2020. 603 South Broadway, commercial office space interior remodel. This decision may be called up before planning board on or before November 23rd, 2020. Is there any planning board member with questions or a question for staff? Okay, is there anyone who wants to call it up? Okay, so then we're going to move on to matters tonight. And the first matter is going to be a presentation from staff around the AMPS implementation and progress, revitalizing access in Boulder. I'm going to turn it over first to Charles to complete the introduction.
Thanks very much, Harmon. Chris Jones and Chris Hagelin from Community Vitality and Go Boulder, respectively, will be presenting this item to staff tonight, or to the board tonight.
Well, thank you, Charles. And also on behalf of the Transportation and Mobility Division, welcome Jacob to the city. So good evening. My name is Chris Hagelin. I'm a senior transportation planner and also currently the acting Go Boulder manager, which is the city's transportation planning group. And as mentioned, I am joined by Chris Jones, Deputy Director of Community Vitality. This evening, we'd like to present to you an update on the AMPS project aimed at revitalizing access in Boulder. This is our third stop on the way to several different boards and commissions, so please feel free to provide any feedback on the presentation itself as well as the content. As many of you know, AMPS is short for Access Management and Parking Strategies and is an ongoing cross-department program with staff from Community Vitality, Transportation and Mobility, and Planning and Development Services. Under the AMPS program, there are a variety of projects and programmatic efforts aimed at improving multimodal access in Boulder's parking districts and managing parking demand. Next slide, please, Chris. We have created the following agenda for you today. Following an overview of some AMPS efforts, we will describe for you the framework of this particular project, which is focused on parking pricing and the neighborhood parking permit program. Next, we will explain our community engagement plan, which is tailored to our new way of working and communicating in a COVID environment, including our engagement and the role of planning board. We will also be sharing with you information gathered during our existing conditions phase of the project. And finally, we will describe for you the next steps in the project and asking some questions of you to gather your input and advice. Next slide, please. AMPS and the projects under its umbrella are ultimately guided by a set of planning documents that provide a policy framework and a set of objectives to fulfill the vision for our community. These documents include the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, which outlines planning and land use policies and goals and a vision for our community and our relationship with the broader region. The sustainability framework covers environmental policies and objectives related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing our community for ongoing climate change. The Transportation Master Plan, which was recently approved by Council last year in an updated form, outlines the city's multimodal transportation policies, operations and maintenance efforts, planning and capital improvements, and key initiatives and measurable objectives. And last but not least, the economic sustainability strategy, which promotes economic vitality and a strong relationship between the city and our business community to ensure a thriving city and a high quality of life. Next, please. All of the documents have formed, and all these documents have formed and shaped the access management and parking strategy program. These AMPS guiding principles, which you see here, were adopted by City Council in 2017, and they include those following items. In Boulder, our residents, employees, and visitors use a wide variety of transportation options in our community, and we need to plan to provide access for all. We also need to employ new innovative tools and strategies and improve multimodal access and manage demand in all areas of the city. We need to be inclusive and recognize the diversity within our community and strive to advance social and racial equity. We also need policies and programs that not only have a benefit transportation access, but also meet our economic vitality and environmental goals. Of course, in our fast changing and very unpredictable world, which we all know too well this year, we need to plan for the present and adapt to the future social, environmental, technological, and economic changes. This chart provides some examples of the variety of projects that are underway under the AMPS umbrella. The CAMP project, which you know as the Chautauqua Access Management Plan, is our annual parking management and shuttle service to Chautauqua from Memorial Day to Labor Day. This will remain an ongoing program. For the government city offices and the main library civic area, we've implemented a new parking strategy and a very successful parking cash out program for city employees. As you are aware, staff continues to work on a possible TDM ordinance for new development to mitigate the impacts on the surrounding transportation systems from new developments, and that this project is directly linked to the parking code changes, which have already been mentioned this evening, which have been delayed, but we hope to revitalize in 2021, and we will certainly be looking at parking maximums as one of those potential recommendations. The final two projects on this chart are what we're here today to discuss with you: parking pricing and the neighborhood parking permit program. And with that, I will turn it over to Chris Jones.
Thank you, Chris Haglund. And good evening, Planning Board, and welcome, Jacob. As Chris indicated, Community Vitality is working very closely with Transportation and Mobility and other departments of the city on the parking pricing and neighborhood parking permit program, reimagining that program in this work. And so we're going to share the specifics of what's underway currently and ask you for some feedback at the end of this presentation. So project framework, what we're underway with now is working towards some objectives. We're planning and working to reimagine the neighborhood parking permit program. And we want to be creating a community-centered pricing approach for our on and off street spaces currently dedicated to parking. So we heard some comments about this work earlier in this meeting from the public. So excited that people are already getting engaged and involved. We also know that parking is key and managed parking is a key component to achieving our broader city goals. And so that'll also be a key part of our work moving forward. So the themes that we are proposing in this work and that we'd love some feedback from Planning Board on are, we know that we want to manage our parking and access for the entire community. We know that active management can help distribute parking more effectively. It will promote equity, it will preserve neighborhood character, and help reduce vehicle congestion and excessive circulation of vehicles. It'll also help to improve experience for all travel choices. We know that curbside space serves a variety of functions in our community. Even now in the COVID pandemic, while parking on street and in our garages has been reduced, the desire for different uses of the curbside for outdoor dining or curbside pickup, it's evolved, and we want to be responsive to that. And we know that there is value in these uses, and we want to be seeking the highest and best value of the curb for effective management. As far as the neighborhood program goes, we want to make sure that we are meeting unique needs of specific areas in the community. And so that could translate to neighborhood-specific parking solutions that will help shape outcomes that meet the unique needs of different parts of the city. So ultimately, we know that parking pricing is a key part of any access management strategy, and that can help support and encourage travel choices outside of people driving alone. And so we want to continue to work to create more equitable distribution of parking across resources and support our city's sustainability goals, among others. This is our timeline of our work. We're in our second stage, our strategy development, but we wanted to touch base with boards and commissions right now to let everybody know what we've been up to and let you know our timeline, share our overall objectives, themes, our community engagement proposals, get some feedback from you, and then also just let you know what our proposed ultimate outcomes of this work will be. So we really want to make sure that at the end of this work, we have a firm decision on the future structure of the neighborhood parking permit program. And we also want to adopt a parking pricing strategy for both on and off-street facilities, and maybe an updated fine structure for parking violations that we can incorporate into the 2022 budget proposal. So that will be happening middle of 2021. Successfully achieving these outcomes will certainly require a robust and effective community engagement plan in the months ahead, particularly in light of our pandemic conditions. We're not able to employ our traditional open houses, farmers market booths and other strategies that we've been known for in the past. And so we've developed a new COVID appropriate community engagement plan. We really want to maximize collaboration with the community as much as we possibly can. We've identified a number of new strategies that we're hoping will be successful. First, we've identified a team of access allies. These are subject matter experts from a variety of organizations throughout the city, from the university to Boulder Valley School District to private parking operators, members from boards and commissions that focus on parking and access. These folks are going to be instrumental in some of the decision-making and strategy development and the work that we'll be bringing to the planning board and other boards and commissions throughout this effort. We've also identified a few community connectors. These are folks who are going to be paying $20 an hour to help us connect with communities that are traditionally underserved. So they are connected with various communities and they will be charged with making sure that we are bringing people to this virtual table in ways that we maybe would not be able to without their assistance. So we're looking forward to working with the city's communications and engagement department in that effort and presenting maybe some new learnings because we'll be engaging with folks who might not otherwise have been involved previously. And of course, in this virtual environment, we want a robust online presence. We have launched our digital hub. It's the center of the COVID safe engagement effort. And it's a place where community members can learn more about the project and engage in a variety of ways, regardless of their time availability. So our website has launched this week. The URL is www.access4boulder.com. It's the number 4. And that'll be at the end of the presentation. But just want to let folks know they can visit that now, and we hope that more and more folks get engaged. And last, but certainly not least, we are actually, before I go to that, I missed the virtual workshops. So the week of November 30th, we have a number of community workshops scheduled, November 30th through December 3rd. And we are encouraging anyone and everyone who's interested to participate in a number of online polls and a community conversation. We're calling it a parking design charrette. And we're really looking forward to see how that goes and how it influences this process. So now, last but not least, we are engaging with all of the relevant city boards and commissions in this work, and of course, including planning board. And this is our first touch with you, where we want to really just introduce this work, providing the project overview and sharing some of our key findings from existing conditions. Our next conversation with the boards and commissions and council will be the introduction of some strategies for consideration. Based on our feedback from that touch, we will then go into our alternatives analysis to measure and understand what the implications of specific changes in parking pricing and the MPP would be. That will then translate into our ultimate recommendations and our action plan moving forward towards the outcomes that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. So really quick, some key things that we've been learning from our existing conditions report, which an executive summary was included in your packet, but just wanted to share some key themes for possible discussion if you'd like. But we know in Boulder, at least compared to communities across the Front Range, we do a pretty good job of managing our parking assets. We know that even during our peak times, you can see here in this image on the bottom left, parking can become scarce on street, but we know that there's still parking that is adequate in remote parking areas or even our garages. We know that at any given time, we do have capacity in our garages. Of course, this is a pre-COVID analysis, and we'll be planning for a post-COVID reality. But we know that overall downtown, we're managing parking well. Throughout the city though, most of the parking that we offer in the city, our on-street assets are unregulated beyond our basic parking code regulations. And so that obviously has come up again in public comment earlier today and will be a key focus for our conversation for the neighborhood parking permit program. Because we understand that spillover into neighborhoods continues to be a challenge. And this is a challenge that probably comes up quite frequently for the planning board and the planning department. And our NPP program was largely designed to manage that spillover as it applied to our existing managed districts, downtown, University Hill, the areas around CU. But we know that our parking challenges are changing and evolving and have expanded to other areas of change. So trailheads are more and more becoming a challenge when we see folks visiting and parking on street in neighborhoods, and more congestion is translating into more folks asking for us to use our NPP tool to manage parking in a way that we haven't necessarily had to before. We have our CAMP program as a demonstration of how we might be able to change that conversation. We're getting the same types of requests for areas like Mount Sanitas and Shanahan Ridge and other locations. And of course, there are other emerging districts, North Boulder, Gun Barrel, other challenges that are existing on street where community vitality, transportation, and planning are all being asked to identify new ways to manage our parking assets in those areas. And we want this work to inform that. We know that no matter what we do with parking pricing and parking management, that TDM strategies will continue to be and are a critical part of meeting our access and parking demands. In the downtown, we know that if we did not have things like the EcoPass and such a robust TDM program that Go Boulder and the Transportation and Mobility Department has been supporting for so long, that we would be filling our parking garages and we would be needing to build more parking. And so while it's been very expensive for our special districts to pay for EcoPasses for all full-time employees in our special districts, we know that that's still cheaper than building more parking. So we will make sure that in these strategies that we're working to develop, that TDM continues to be a critical part of that. We know that as far as the amount of parking that we provide on street and off street in our special districts, that with the exception of the neighborhood parking permit program, current revenues closely mirror our existing parking supply. So as you can see on these graphs, the top bar graph is the breakdown of different types of parking assets. The quantities to the left of the black line are all of our on-street assets that are managed, actively managed. And the quantities to the right of the black line are our off-street district parking spaces. On the bottom, you can see our on-street visitor revenues, 37%. Those are the revenues that are captured in our on-street spaces. And then the quantities to the right are the revenues that we receive in our off-street district-owned spaces. With the exception to the far right on the bottom, you can see 2% of our revenues in Community Vitality for parking are coming from the NPP program. I do not have the total number of spaces that we manage in the NPP, but I can guarantee you it is a significant amount. And if we were to add those spaces into the top bar graph, it's a number of spaces that we have to actively send staff out to monitor. Transportation has to assign these spaces. There is an ongoing maintenance and operations component to those parking spaces that we have not quantified, but our revenue is currently only 2% relative to the rest of this parking that we manage. So those are just some key highlights of what we've been learning. We are going to continue to refine our existing conditions work through our conversations that we're having with the community, with boards and commissions. As you can see here, we had DMC last week, Downtown Management Commission for Jacob. Yesterday, we had our Boulder Junction Access District Commission's meeting. We're with you today. On December 1st, we'll go to the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. And on December 7th, the Transportation Advisory Board. We have launched our digital hub. I'm looking forward to engaging with the community through that venue. And then the week of November 30th, as I mentioned, we'll have our community workshops. This will all culminate to our council update on January 5th, where we'll provide an update on our timeline, anything that we've learned through these series of meetings and our community engagement, as we continue to develop our strategies that will be reviewed with you all at our next touch with our boards and commissions. So with that, that's kind of our introduction to the work. We are curious your thoughts around our project themes and our current efforts. We want to hear from you about our community engagement and are the planned engagement strategies adequate and appropriate given our COVID-19 impacts? And are the existing conditions that we've shared so far consistent with your understanding and experiences of parking and access in Boulder? And of course, are there any other questions about next steps? That's it.
Well, Chris and Chris, thank you for a great presentation there. Leave this screen up for a second so I can just take down the questions, and then I'm almost done, and then we can begin to address them one by one. I want you to take the screen down so that we can see each other. So hold on a second.
I apologize. I'm realizing I did not update the header on this slide. So it should say planning board. Apologies.
So do any planning board members have a question or comment, starting with the general comments or questions, or do you want to jump in to the first bullet about whether or not we agree with the project themes of the current AMPS implementation efforts? John?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question. That is, how do you decide if a neighborhood parking pass program is successful or not? What are the things that you're measuring and looking at to see if it is a success? I've never been clear about that.
Sure, and I can speak to that in a moment. Have you gotten the, I'll end my screen share as long as we're ready for that.
Yeah, I was actually just looking to see if you have the questions in your staff report so I can save writing them down.
Oh, they are not in the staff report.
Okay, and let me jot them down and I'll be able to guide the discussion a little better.
You could also screenshot it, Harmon.
I know, I'm using two different computers, which is why you see my face sometimes looking sideways. Just a sec.
All right, apologies. I can't speak to our evaluation of the NPP. The challenge with the NPP right now is that it's largely driven by neighbors who perceive a parking problem in their neighborhood. And there are a number of goals of that program which will be reviewed in this process. That includes, making sure that there's parking available for residents and also preserving neighborhood character. We know that once an NPP is implemented, a lot of the parking stresses might go away for the area that the program has been implemented for, but it often just moves to the next street or neighborhood over, which is part of the challenge that we've been dealing with in this conversation. Is while we might achieve some goals that were created with the program back in 1994, we find ourselves chasing a problem down to the next block or the next street or next neighborhood. And so while I really appreciate the question that we might be solving some problems within an NPP zone as far as a reduction in complaints and issues with people not being able to find parking in front of their homes or space for their guests. When it comes to the impact that that's going to have on the next neighborhood, we tend to find ourselves chasing a problem and squeezing the proverbial balloon, if you will. And so that's something that we want to address with this work as well.
You can go ahead and take your screen down. Question, Sarah?
It's actually an NPP question as well. Is the entire city is every single neighborhood in the city have an NPP program, or are there only NPP programs in specific areas?
There are only NPP programs in specific areas. There is a petitioning process that's described in the city code that folks are required to go through. And then, and Chris might be able to speak more of this because he's been through this, I think, a few times. Right now, we've been in a moratorium for accepting new petitions and implementing NPPs. But there is a process that neighborhoods are asked to follow. And then the city Transportation Advisory Board considers those petitions, provides a recommendation to City Council, and if City Council approves, then the zone is established.
And why do we have such an onerous process?
Well, if Mike Sweeney was here, as he was the gentleman that was around in the creation of the process in the first place, he might be able to speak more eloquently to that than I can. But I would say that I know that again, the challenge with the deciding whether or not we want to start charging residents for parking that was previously free in front of their homes is a sensitive topic. And so it is related to that whole desire to make sure that everybody or enough people in your neighborhood want to change the way that they're experiencing residential parking that's translated into this process. Whether or not that's what we want to continue with is part of this conversation.
Okay.
And I can add on to that,
Yeah.
Sarah. So as we just heard, definitely the fact that one, if you suddenly start putting up signs and restricting parking in a neighborhood and you haven't gotten a lot of people in that neighborhood to say, yes, we have a problem when we want it, you're going to get a lot of very cranky people who think they own the land in front of their house. And then also it is expensive. So to send parking folks out to check, to see what's going on, to enforce it and to manage all of that is quite expensive. As you saw, the cost of administering the program versus the revenue coming in is quite discrepant. And then also, should you extend that zone, as we also heard about? So there's just a lot that goes into whether or not it's appropriate to put it in. So there are hurdles.
Okay, great. I saw Lupita's hand up.
Yes, I'm wondering if on the information that you have about people who use our parking the most, and do we have any statistics or numbers regarding whether these are people from within the city using the parking spaces or people coming from outside?
We don't necessarily monitor our customers in our districts and our permit parkers that closely, but we do understand using the Downtown Boulder Travel Survey that folks who live in Boulder are much more likely to use other modes of transportation to get downtown, and folks who live outside of Boulder are more likely to drive and need to park their vehicle all day. Chris, do you have more to share on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the downtown statistics offhand, but if you look at the city in general, that's where we find that people who live in Boulder and work in Boulder drive alone less than half of the, less than half. So I think it's like 48% of people drive an SOV to work. If you live outside the city of Boulder and you are commuting into Boulder, the SOV mode share is typically around 80% in the surveys that we've conducted since 1990, and it has remained at around 80%. The only time it reduced was in 2008 when the gas prices were at its highest. It went down to 74. The next time we surveyed, went right back up.
All right. Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Okay, David?
Thanks, Chris and Chris. I was interested in, as options are weighed and the sophistication of the ability to answer some of these questions, like what areas are being underutilized, what are being overutilized, traffic demand. And I was really interested in license plate recognition as a technology. Is there an idea of whether our existing technology solutions for parking can accommodate some of these new capabilities, or are we looking at new systems, expensive systems to do better management overall as we go into the new world?
Thanks, Dave. I'm so glad you asked that question. And that's been a big part of why we haven't been able to maybe be more dynamic with our pricing in the past. Our current on-street pay stations only speak to us at the end of the day. So we get batched input. We don't get real-time data. It's very outdated. We're actually in the process of replacing all of our on-street pay stations. We have our permit program for our garages has not been associated with license plates in the past, but we are moving towards license plate recognition for on-street enforcement and in-garage permitting. So we are actually, prior to even this process, we've already been making changes in the technology that we use for both permitting and for enforcement that will allow us to more easily implement some of these changes that you're probably thinking about.
Okay, so not seeing any more general questions unless folks have some. And I think what we're being asked to do is provide some feedback. As Chris and Chris told us, we're going to have another chance at this, but they're also going to be making touches with various different boards and councils. So they want our feedback. So Lisa, I saw you pop your hand up. Is there something you wanted to get out first?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that there's a really fabulous opportunity around the timeline, which I think is really interesting, and I'm sure you've noticed as well, that we'll kind of have a bit of a natural reset with people returning. I'm thinking specifically about downtown, but to other areas as well, in higher numbers, you know, as a vaccine rolls out and as it becomes safer for people to move around again. And just if the timing works out, I guess I would just, I was wondering if you're kind of thinking that that might be a good time to do things like extend hours later in the evening downtown gradually, you know, trying not to suppress people. I worry about people coming back and immediately being asked to pay for longer hours or to pay a higher price, you know, and just kind of how you envision that timing kind of rolling out as we hopefully exit this pandemic.
Yeah, it certainly is not intentional that we have found ourselves in this point in our timeline and implementation of changes. And it's also important to note that the downtown business community is very involved in this decision-making process and very sensitive to anything that might, perceived or real, impact visitation. So what we will be looking to is making sure that whatever pricing strategy we employ, we'll be hoping to develop strategies that are flexible and responsive, which again, our new on-street parking pay stations will be better able to accommodate that. We'll be able to send real-time messages out to change pricing, as opposed to right now, you have to visit each individual pay station to make changes to the programming. So things like that, we will be in a space where we'll be better able to make changes in a more dynamic way, as long as we're able to do that in a way that's easily understood by customers and businesses. Anybody who's interested, they're going to want to be able to know why we're doing what we're doing when we're doing it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so time to give some feedback. The first piece was whether or not we agree with the project themes of the current AMPS implementation. Does anybody have any feedback for Chris and Chris about that? David?
Yeah, I've actually I spent a number of months kind of informally attending TAB meetings, and so a lot of these themes are quite familiar to me. I'll start out by saying that from my perception, the CAMP program and also the cash out that you mentioned are two really good examples of great progress that's been made. And I think that in the street parking and inside parking type of a landscape, it's probably not quite as much of a heavy lift to do some changes. I think in general, changes are easier for the public to deal with when we have the ability to maybe not do them all in bulk like every 10 or 15 years, but actually kind of ease them along. And that's why I think that having a more flexible system that can gradually adapt to the demands and the costs to the public of parking real estate will help to maybe make it so that people can just get used to things gradually. We know from experience that when things are kind of put on, well, I'll mention it, the Folsom Street thing, right? Where there was just such a backlash, right? And so we want the more the public can kind of come along gradually, the better. So having adaptable and flexible systems in place are really useful. On the MPP specifically that's been since 1994 is my understanding. So we really are dealing with a sledgehammer when we need a scalpel. That one, we really need to look at a number of things. We need to look at equity. We need to look at particular neighborhoods. Not every neighborhood is the same. So one MPP might have a different needs than another. And certainly monitoring usage so that so you know if they're over underutilized. Timing may be different if you're dealing with evening performances near your MPP versus daytime campus attendance. It may be a day MPP versus a day and evening MPP, those kinds of things. So each MPP may be different. And I think that the fact that the MPP's gotten so out of date and so clumsy has made it lose support from TAB members because they're the experts. And when you don't have support, then you end up with a moratorium. And for planning board, when we're dealing with development and people want to hear, hey, what do we do if there's more cars in our neighborhood? I can't really in good faith right now say to neighbors, oh, well, you can just apply for an MPP because I know that I'm just asking them to go off and get a bunch of headaches. So yeah, we'd love to be able to have a better MPP program that we as planning board members could reference when we're dealing with all the concerns around parking for sure. And like I said, license plate recognition, I love the idea of us to be able to get more and more of a handle on where people are parking when and make it easier. Maybe they just scan a barcode whenever they park pretty much anywhere in town. And oh, I just want to mention the Easy Pass system that everybody uses has gotten people used to looking at bills online and identifying when they've used a tollway or something. So people are getting used to this kind of thing. And it's actually easy for you to go to your budget from something that you can just look at your account. So in some ways, I think people are ready probably to start looking at, hey, their parking account as it's been managed over the last few months. So those are just some observations I had. But yes, I think that all of those are embedded in here, but those are the ones that pop out to me.
Any other members' thoughts on the themes of the current AMPS implementation? John?
Yeah, this is more of a question than anything else, but I'm just wondering to what degree these efforts consider some of the other things that are going on with respect to parking that planning board has dealt with. And I'm thinking of the unbundling efforts for both residential as well as office and commercial type projects. And also and this is, I think David mentioned it briefly, the limiting of parking for commercial and office projects altogether, and the combination of payouts to employees not to drive So I'd just be interested in how those are being considered.
Yeah, well, certainly what you mentioned with the unbundling of parking and also with changes to office and different commercial, that is embedded within the parking code change work. And, we had been, kind of moving along pretty steadily, and we had about 3 years of data, and we were in the process of making some preliminary recommendations and going over those internally when COVID hit, and due to staff reductions and other competing priorities, it's when planning and development services had to move that work effort. But I really believe that these are all those, and what we're doing now with parking pricing and with the neighborhood parking permit program, those are all part of a holistic series of projects that we're going to do. So they're all directly related. We just had to delay that. And I don't know if Charles has any insight into that work effort and when it will resume.
No, that's well said, Chris. We had to delay the continued work on the parking code changes based on staffing shortages that related from COVID. So in talking with council 2 months ago, the direction was to continue to advance the work of use tables and community benefit, and then get back on the parking code changes later in 2021 when we wrap up work on those 2 code change projects.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, great. Then we'll move on to the second question, which has to do with the public engagement strategy that's being employed. So is it adequate and appropriate given the conditions today, including COVID-19? Thoughts? Lupita, and then David.
Well, first of all, I was very, very happy to see that you will be using the Community Connectors program, which I've been working with personally, and especially working with the communities that usually don't have an opportunity to voice their concerns. I am wondering, given that usually don't hear from these communities, how you prepare to deal with things that may not agree with the plan that you have put forth. And I should warn you, I'm reading Paulo Freire as we speak. So you need to hear about the opinion of the oppressed. And so let's see how we're going to be dealing with the concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, we will continue to have our equity goal and filter on throughout this process. While there might be changes that we make in how we price our facilities, it does not mean that we won't also seek to include rebate opportunities for folks who might be financially impacted by some of these changes. So that will be certainly something that we'd want to include in any of our strategies as one example of how we would want to accommodate folks who would be impacted more significantly by even slight changes in how we price parking.
David.
Yeah, so I went over and I looked at the digital hub, and it looks really cool. I think that having an attractive and interesting way to engage online is important right now. So I answered a few of the questions. All seem to work pretty well. So I think that's great. And I'll just echo Lupita's comment on Community Connector. I think Boulder has really done some amazing work in realizing that many people can volunteer to get involved and be on working groups and stuff. But for some folks, you really need to have a little bit of a budget and give them a stipend to make sure that a underrepresented community is represented. And I think it's great that the city has budget to actually to provide that stipend to make sure that folks whose time can't be given to these things without that are able to do it. So thanks so much. And I just want to echo Lupita's comment on that.
Okay. Anybody else? Feedback on public engagement strategy? All right, then let's move on to the third. Are the existing conditions consistent with our experiences was the question. Sarah?
Well, as someone who lives in a neighborhood with an NPP, it's not a particularly expensive proposition to be a member. It's $17 a year. But I happen to live in a part of the neighborhood, actually not far from Macon, where we have a lot of staff who park in who are given parking permits in our neighborhood, and we seem to be the neighborhood where everybody who comes to Boulder to hang out downtown on the weekends parks as well. So I think that the challenge, which has been pointed out before, which is that all neighborhoods are different. And I don't know how you go about creating or tracking the unique needs of each neighborhood, but I really appreciate that that's on your radar screen.
Other planning board comments? Okay, then let's jump to the last one, which is just questions or comments around next steps. Thoughts? Sarah?
So I have to apologize. It didn't get through the whole memo that you all had sent, so I may be asking a question that is tangential. But the TDM work includes EcoPass work, and I know one of the thoughts that has been surfaced during many of our planning board meetings has been a question around the 3-year limit, or the minimum, the 3-year, sort of a 3-year maximum, I guess, for EcoPasses for residents in new developments. And I think it's worth putting on the table whether it makes sense to consider a longer time frame or even an unlimited time frame as a tool for reducing, further reducing automobile use and the need for parking on the street.
Yeah, so certainly the EcoPass, both for commercial and residential properties for new development, would be part of a potential new ordinance that would be applied to new development. I think the 3-year requirement was a little bit before my time at the city. And what I've heard is that there was some discomfort on part of the city attorney's office of having a longer, requirement or something in perpetuity. And that also was related to, it's an RTD program. We don't really have much control over it. If it suddenly went away and we have an ongoing requirement for this, what would that do to all these plans? But I can assure you that, we will look at that. And also right now, we're looking at alternatives to the neighborhood EcoPass program. Unfortunately, in the last couple years after RTD's past program working group, they really gutted the neighborhood EcoPass program. Literally, the only subsidy left is the city provided subsidy. And we do a base subsidy, and then neighborhoods, depending on the proportion of affordable housing units, can get additional subsidies so they can pass on those savings to those households. But that's the only benefit left, is the city subsidy. And so we are in the process right now of looking at some alternatives to that. There are some new RTD products and technology that we may be able to utilize those more effectively than the current neighborhood EcoPass program, but we are certainly working on that.
Any other comments about next steps? David?
I'll just put in a complimentary word for those from the public and from over the course of discussion who have talked about loosening the parking minimums and maybe looking at parking maximums instead in our land use code. I think that we routinely do parking reductions because they're a little bit out of date. And so I think that that is a great thing for, this is probably bigger than what we've been talking about with this, but because it goes into the land use code. But I think that that is something that we should start putting on our work plan over the next year.
Lisa?
Yeah, I just wanted to, one, voice support for everything we've heard from other members of the board. And then also speak to two things that I think were mentioned briefly, which were one, tiered pricing for repeat offenses and just, I think the importance of that. I know that although I try to be very compliant, there's certainly times when I've had a non-functioning pay station and been in a hurry somewhere, and I knew at most it was a $50 ticket, and although I didn't want to get one, I went ahead and ran into my appointment. So, I think there are ways to kind of manage that behavior through tiered pricing. And then also, hopefully, as we see people returning and patronizing our restaurants and businesses and so on downtown, and forgive me if this has already happened, but extending the time for paid parking. I think it goes till 7 p.m. currently in a lot of that zone. And I think one of the reasons we manage parking, as you know very well, is to make sure that if somebody heads downtown, excited to make their dinner reservation or something, that they can in fact find a place to park because it's priced at a place that encourages people to turn over those spots. And prior to the pandemic, there were a lot of nights when there would be nowhere to park. So yeah, just wanted to voice support for those two specific things, and I'm sure they're already on your list.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Comments, Peter?
Hi there, thank you for this. I appreciate it. I don't live in a place where there's an MPP, so I don't feel this as acutely. And like most, I haven't been traveling outside my neighborhood much. And this may not be the right place to ask this. And if so, please, well, I'm sure it's not the right place, but guide me perhaps. The micromobility conversations and the dockless scooters and these sorts of innovations around micromobility, where and how do they fit into the general strategy? I would tag that on to, concepts like parklets, which we're seeing more and more with restaurants opening up onto sidewalks, et cetera.
Chris, do you want to take that one?
Well, just to kind of give you an update, if you haven't been following it with council, we've been advancing our shared micromobility program. Right now, we have the bike share system. Council has directed us to work on putting out an RFP. This RFP will ask for an evolving bike share system to include dockless electric assist bikes, and then also to have a e-scooter component as well. Council discussed having some limitations on where those e-scooters could be deployed. So staff will be returning to council to discuss the kind of the geographic boundaries of e-scooter use. But we looked forward to having an RFP, I would say in the late first quarter of next year. And so we'll be evolving that. In terms of how that relates to this project, I think it really goes to the management of our public right-of-way, our curbside management, and then also, if you think about a dockless bike system, we've got to be very careful on not causing clutter, and same with the scooters. That's often a problem in many cities where you have a dockless system. So we'll have to really manage that especially in our commercial areas. And Chris, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
So we do have a staff member in transportation mobility who will be leading that conversation on curbside management. Another big piece of that is Uber and Lyft TNC pickup drop-off. So that's another activity that requires curbside space. It's not currently very well managed, and prior to the pandemic, it was causing some significant congestion and safety issues in the downtown specifically. And so I do know that there are funds and there's a scope of work that's in development for focus in 2021 to include all of those things. And of course, now we have the whole element of outdoor dining. And Yvette has turned on her camera. I'm not sure if she has some things that she wants to share with you all as well. But so glad Yvette is here.
Yeah, Yvette, go ahead.
Thank you, Harmon. I appreciate the opportunity to just, hi, Peter, to just say hello and thank you for the time. You're right, things are rapidly changing. I just wanted to say hello again, I think on the 85th time to Jacob out there. Thank you to Charles for letting us schedule this check-in with you. And it's been a long time since Community Vitality was able to work this closely with all of you. I look forward to that. And I just to thank Chris and Chris for their championship of this work, and thank you for your thoughtful comments tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Sarah?
I just want to respond to something that Chris with an H just said about the dockless scooter. So I was visiting my family in Washington, D.C. this month, and there are scooters just dumped everywhere. And I think this is a real issue, especially given the narrowness of our sidewalks, which is an issue that I know Harmon and I have been in agreement on the need to widen those sidewalks if we can. So I just want to reiterate how important solving that problem is going to be.
Yep. And also, just so you know, another part of our shared micromobility work that we're doing is also a whole section on what vehicles can be ridden. And so we are looking at changes to our dismount zones as well, which would help some of that. But yeah, it is certainly a concern of staff.
Okay. Other comments from planning board? Okay, then I'll just say, thanks for the input, guys, and nice report. For me, I noticed that, for lack of a better term, it seems like the idea of parking maximums has kind of gone out of vogue, and at least it has in the report. And to piggyback a little on what David said, we often grant reductions in parking through site review, and it's not there's nothing wrong with that per se, because the purpose of site review is to determine whether impact can be mitigated, or one of the purposes is can they be mitigated, and if the project is proposing TDM or eco passes and stuff, there are reasons why we can grant these parking reductions. There are criteria for deciding whether a project merits a parking reduction, and we can apply those criteria. However, recently we had a project that was proposed for site review in front of us in an industrial area, and they wanted a small parking reduction and probably could have merited a much larger parking reduction, because they were able to show us the utilization of the current parking facilities on site, and the utilization was really low. And so, kind of combining two things that have been said about different neighborhoods have different needs. And what about parking maximums? Where did parking maximums go? I think that we might want to look into some sort of flexibility in the code whereby each area isn't treated exactly the same, and where there is a site review application, or even not a site review application, maybe just a by right project application in an area that's heavily overparked, rather than forcing that project through site review and in front of planning board for needing a 50% parking reduction when, say, there's, an extra 80 spots more than they need just on the streets within a 1 block area. We could have some more flexible code language and do a little more analysis on the staff side to determine whether it's really worth everyone's administrative time and effort to go through these, what are actually, I don't know if the MPP is a really onerous program, but I know that site review is a really onerous program for a lot of people to get through. And it does take a lot of staff time. So to the extent that we may be able to do a little more analysis of parking on the front end of projects and avoid additional administrative work, and put, parking reductions where they belong and parking maximums where there really is enough parking, and the next guy in shouldn't have to provide much, if any at all. Those are some concepts that I would like to get out there on the table for you to think about.
Yeah.
So
sure
with
thing.
that, yeah, thank you. I hope I haven't spurred another half an hour worth of conversation, but if I had, I'm going to open it back up to the planning board. Okay, do you have any other thoughts, Chris, or any other staff, Yvette, before we wish you goodbye and thank you for your time?
Well, thank you for your time, and we look forward to coming back.
Great. We look forward to seeing you again.
Very, very helpful feedback and input. So really appreciate the time and looking forward to
Okay.
next time.
Terrific.
All right.
Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, we're gonna take a break before we move on to the next matter, but Cindy, you popped up with your video. Do you have anything for me?
No, just wanted to let you know I'm the moderator now. Jean had to go to another meeting, so I'm in charge.
Okay, great. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna work on our letter to council. And as you will see, when we come back from our break, I'm gonna be turning it over to David to be our facilitator and to help us work through all of our separate comments. So I want to give David some time to get his technology together. We're going to use an exciting platform to help us through. And I want to give everybody a chance to just take a personal break. It's 7:56. We've been at this for a couple of hours. So let's get back together at 8:05 and we'll see you at 8:05 sharp.
Can I add something before we go?
Okay. Yeah, David, please.
So the technology we're going to be using is Mural. I went to Accelerating Neighborhood Climate Action Forum on Saturday, and the city used the Mural technology. I was very impressed with it. We're going to use just kind of a subset of it. I found that it is a little confusing for people, especially who don't have a lot of screen real estate, to manage being on Zoom and then going off to Mural, because Mural is going to be in your browser. So I'll kind of leave it up to you. I actually use two screens, so I can put the Mural on one screen and the Zoom on the other. But what I'll do is I'll display on Zoom, and that way we'll have a record of what we did from the planning board recording. And you can always follow along there. But for people who want to actually go on to Mural and have a personality there, you can follow the link that I sent to the planning board list a few minutes ago, and just type your name in when prompted. And then there is one section where I'm going to try to get everyone who can to go over, because we're going to vote on, things that we'd like to include in the letter. And at that point, maybe everybody, if there's anybody who can't, I'll just vote for them. But we'll see if we can get everybody on at that point. And it should be just a matter of kind of toggling between Zoom and your browser. But I understand if you can't, if it isn't working, just, you can just tell me, hey, put my vote here, here, whatever. So we'll see how it goes. Should be fun. Oh, and one last thing is, this was decided in the agenda meeting on Tuesday, and I was very careful to send Cindy my ideas before Cindy sent me everybody else's back. So I didn't have the advantage of seeing everybody's responses when I sent mine in, and I didn't change any of mine. So I don't have a leg up on anybody.
And I still have everyone's, if everyone wants to see everyone's. So, but you're about to see everyone's anyway. So, but
Yeah, they'll all be in front of you in a few minutes.
Oh, whoa, there's a family show.
Okay, so listen, because David just cut 2 minutes out of everybody's break, you've got till 8:07. All right, and then we'll get into the letter when you get back, okay?
Great.
All righty, bye-bye.
David,
Yes.
if there's anything that you want to run through or anything, I'll be here. I'm not walking away from my computer or anything.
Okay, well, let me share the screen with you and see what you think it looks like.
Okay.
I tried this out with Mike earlier today.
Let me
This
move
is,
my Zoom screen. I'm going to move my Zoom. I'm going to move all my people over here.
Yeah, so I find that if you kind of like grab the little bar, you can make everybody's pictures quite small and get more screen real estate for what I'm sharing.
I'm actually moving them over to my other monitor here. So I've got all my people over here and I've got my screen here so I can see your mural.
All right, so this is kind of like the 10,000-foot view where I can, I can scroll through and show people how I have the 3 questions, and I put all of their input color coded by person, and then I tried to categorize them so that to get us started. So when you probably can't read all the lettering here very well, right? It's
Right.
so
Pretty tiny.
So I thought if I go up to like around,
Oh, okay.
maybe this level, does it start to get a little bit easier to read?
That's easier, yeah.
So and if I
Gray,
need
the gray is still real tiny.
that one, yeah, I can actually take individual ones and make
I
them.
think you can just use your scroll thing too. You don't have to necessarily go down to that arrow, the bar. I think you can just use your scroll. Do you have like a?
The scroll's going up and down for me like that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I think there's a way you can do that.
If you hold down your left mouse key and then use your scroll, does that work? And use your roller at the same time?
No.
Okay.
No. But I think it's probably okay for me just to set. I can go in a little bit more and then and then I can just move around to various places, right?
Yeah, it looks great.
So I think we'll be able to read it.
Yeah.
So this is what we'll have on our recording. And then if people join me on the mural, they can move their cursor around to point at stuff too.
Sure.
So I see that John Gerstel's already on there. So
yeah.
So maybe we'll get some other people and then what I'm going to do is we're going to probably spend a lot of time talking first, but once we get ready, we're going to go and we're going to drag dots over from this area onto the various areas that we think we should include in the letter and just see how that works. So I'm giving everybody 5 dots per question. And then I'm also giving them X's in case they think we should veto some things. So
I think that sounds great.
Because people may feel strongly that something shouldn't appear, and I think we should highlight that. So yeah, and then we'll just see how it goes. And I'm thinking if we get to the point where we have general themes decided and maybe a little bit of wording discussed, we can just let editor and we can decide on an editor to go off and take the next step and formulate a draft for the next meeting.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Sounds great. Yeah. Great job.
Cool. Well, I'll just leave this sharing then, I guess.
David, are we supposed to click on the thing you sent us?
You can go ahead and and see what happens when you go in. Yeah.
Will my computer blow up?
I hope not.
I'll let you know. Okay. And my name.
This is so exciting, David. We're using this at the staff level for almost everything these days. So
well,
really helpful.
I don't have any training on it, so.
To get started, you can navigate around. Okay, hold on.
There is the visiting hippopotamus for some reason. John
Can't
is
really
the
read it.
visiting koala. No, John is the visiting penguin.
It's super hard to read.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix that when we get in there.
No, but even on the thing you sent us. Will the changes you make show up on what we're looking at?
I'm gonna teach you how to zoom in and stuff.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's one thing when you're in the mural, what I'm sharing is my screen, but then once you're in the mural, you can zoom to your own level and go wherever you want. I'm gonna take a couple bites of food before we start.
cannot see this at all.
If you are starting to look around, yeah, just try not to click on things and move them around too much. But what you can do is on the lower right, there's a hand icon. And if you
The lower right
hand icon, it will put you in a move mode where you can then drag the screen around. So that's how you move around. And then with Zoom, you can either use that zoom thing right above the hand to zoom to different zoom levels, or you can possibly use your wheel on your mouse, but mine isn't working with Zoom.
Wait, so the hand allows you to oh, well, that allows me to move it, but
yes.
Zoom.
So that allows you to move it around. So you can move to the upper right of the whole chart, and then you can go back where that hand is and turn off move mode so that you're not moving every time you click again. And then you can go up to that place where there's a plus minus, and you can drag the ball around to different zoom levels. So that way,
minus.
Yeah, you can plus it or minus it, or you can drag the ball in the middle around to zoom around.
Hold on. Well, that's not working. Zoom. Yeah, it's not working to get any bigger.
Isn't it? So it could go to that hand again and see if it says turn off move mode.
It just, I'm in move mode.
You are. Go ahead and turn off move mode and then go up and try to click on the plus and the minus on the zoom level and see if that.
Aha, yes. Oh, wow, that gets big fast.
Yeah, so that's why you may want to use the ball and drag it around on the bar, which also lets you go to levels.
That's really hard to read.
I think around 35% is really, or maybe 26% is pretty good of zoom level.
Okay, and then put it back on move mode so you can kind of move it around to look at it.
Yeah, move mode is nice and it's safe because it means you won't start clicking on things and typing over all the work that I did to move things around. So I'm not going to want people moving these Post-its around. I'm going to do that for the team. I'm just going to mainly have people vote, unless we find ourselves getting really advanced, and then maybe we'll start typing stuff in. I don't know, but we'll start slow and see how it goes.
Oh, that's very impressive, David. I hadn't used this before.
It's it has a lot of really cool capabilities. You can go into breakout rooms. You can collaborate on stuff and then come back. And I know it's tempting to drag stuff around and stuff, but be careful because I spent a lot of time putting the.
That was unintentional arrow movement. I was trying to scroll.
There's an undo.
Trying to figure out how to just move around it without. There we go. Got it.
There's an undo thing. If you accidentally do something, right up at the top where it says Planning Board EOY letter to council, there's a little undo wheel to the right of that you can click to undo anything that you accidentally do.
Does Control Z work as well or not in this interface?
I don't know.
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna
David, can you drop your screen down for a minute and we'll just get this item started?
Sure.
Thanks.
By the way, David, I see my name is misspelled on that, so it's LE at the end rather than EL.
Oh, look at that. Okay. We'll fix that. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, Herman.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And this is our last meeting agenda item for the night. So let's see if we can do a good, efficient job with this. And just wanted to thank David. As you know, David is our vice chair, and he does an amazing job. And he offered to facilitate this portion of our meeting. Now, year after year, we have a whiteboard. We go into a room, and sometimes, a member of planning board takes the pens. I've done it. You know, before me, there were other planning board members who did it, and I would try to hammer out a letter that we can all agree on that really represents our priorities that we want to communicate to City Council every year. And this year is different because we're not in a room together. And so as David said, he got a chance to see how Mural worked, and we're going to try it tonight. I do want to turn it over to David and let him just facilitate the rest of this portion. And the first thing that David's going to talk about is to set our expectations and our goals for what we're going to accomplish tonight. And then we can get back into some of the technical questions or whatever, David, you want to do to get us prepped to get into the meat of this. So go ahead, David, and thank you.
Great. Oh, I see my video's off for some reason. All right. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and, well, let's talk real quick first about the way that we'll go about this. So I laid out the 3 questions on this workspace with all of the comments that Cindy received, and kind of organize them into themes. And so I thought we should maybe decide on how much time we want to spend kind of going through the themes. And I thought it would make sense to do a pass through all 3 questions first, just to see what everybody had said about all 3 questions. Then go back and do some voting to see how people feel about each of the themes in the questions and which ones should be included in the letter. And then we probably ought to talk about, do we want this letter to be just kind of high level with a few really brief bullet points and maybe try to stick to a page or at most 2 pages? Or are people wanting to make this a more verbose letter? I know the last couple of years we've tried to keep ourselves reined in as much as possible to create a fairly brief letter that really just highlighted the very top topics. I thought maybe I'd throw that out there to see, do people have a feeling for how many themes we would like to address in each of the 3 questions? Or should we wait until we see what's out there to kind of make that decision?
I think see how it comes together before making the call.
Okay. Yeah, my thought is that, and I'll tell you how I thought we could vote now before we start as well, just so you can be thinking about that. So let me share the screen. So now I'm sharing for the purpose of the recording, and I'll be what I'm sharing on Zoom will be what the public sees and what will be the plan of record. So I'm going to try to do most of the driving for that reason. However, it looks like most of you have actually gotten on Mural, so you can actually participate on Mural. You don't necessarily have to be looking at the Zoom screen. But to do that, you'll need to have a little bit of knowledge about how to navigate around on the Mural screen, because I'm going to be going to specific areas and you'll need to kind of know you need to go there too, because you actually will have to zoom in on the same area I am. So look down at the bottom right here. There's a little control area at the bottom right that has a hand and like a mapping of the screen and then a zoom level. So you can actually take the mapping of the screen and you can drag the box around there to move around. So you can, of the overall screen, you can you can click on the hand, and that lets you go around and move over on the screen area itself, which is kind of convenient. Like if you want, so you click on the hand, you're in move mode. And when you click on the hand a second time, it'll turn off move mode. And that's what you're gonna do if you actually wanna go click on some item on the screen or type something, which we'll see. We won't probably do that until we start voting. And then the other thing is the zoom level. These are, you'll see on here, the writing is pretty small. So you're gonna, once we're working on one area of this, we're gonna wanna zoom in higher than 12%. So you can just click plus and it'll start zooming into different levels. And then you can kind of use that hand again to kind of move over to where you want it to be. So I'm gonna probably be on at least 21% when I we start working on looking at the writing. So that's just kind of an overview of how we're all going to work on mural. Does that make sense?
David, can you explain, like on this first, the first box, the green boxes that I think you have created as your summaries of what you see here?
Let me explain all that now.
Okay.
So the way the way our workspace is organized is we have the 3 questions in gray. And so if you go up and down, you can see the 3 questions, and below the questions, all these different color-coded Post-its have the inputs that you sent in. And I apologize if anyone is colorblind, because that would make this very hard. But but just let me know if you are. But yeah, so Sarah's comments are in yellow, John's are in purple, et cetera, et cetera. And what I did was, so then I just copied from what Cindy sent me, and then I just kind of tried to get a start on organizing them into categories, just to help us kind of get organized. So that's, I just took the liberty of saying, hey, these first 4 boxes you see up at the upper right under the first question, the yellow, purple, green, and pink, all involve the use table subcommittee.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
And then as you go right, the BVCP midterm, there was 1 comment on that. And so I just called that BVC update. So these dark green boxes are general themes. And so I just thought that would help us to kind of talk through these things. So in our first pass, I thought we would go through the 3 questions and maybe just go through each theme one by one. And gosh, if it would take us probably, well, it would take us an hour to get through this if we spent 20 minutes per question. So that means we can spend a few minutes per theme, but we have to kind of keep ourselves from getting too carried away. But I thought, like, for example, use table subcommittee, Sarah, you and John and Lisa and I could just kind of chat about what we put in our boxes.
David?
And yeah.
May I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
I'm going to increase the size of your screen because we've had some folks say that from the public say they can't read your screen.
Sure. Yeah, since we're now talking about those boxes, I was going to do that once we start talking about content anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Here I am at the top of question 1. And are people able to read these the text now with the way I'm zoomed in on Zoom?
Yes.
Good.
I have a question that has, maybe this goes to both you and to Harmon. So last year when we did this, we were giving our thoughts, our shared thoughts about what we thought this council should prioritize. They asked us a different set of questions this year, which Harmon, I think, revised in a way that was very useful to us. But it doesn't necessarily, the way they framed the questions originally did not indicate they wanted us to give them our recommendations for what their focus might be next year. But do we all agree that that is what we would like our letter to focus on, our recommendations to them? Or do we want to try to frame it back into this was good and this was bad, or this made us happy and this made us unhappy? I just feel like we need to, that would help me as we start this conversation to be clear about what we're trying to accomplish with our letter.
So I can jump in there. I think that if we want to focus more on recommendations to council, the 3rd question is just, we should just prioritize the weight that we put on the 3rd question. Because the first 2 questions are really meant to be more retrospective than prospective. What recent decision? So that's a past thing. That's something we decided on. Change the code. That's a code change that was made. Planning trend is not really retrospective. That's something that's going on in the field. Those are the questions we're asking in the first 2, which are the things we find to be positive around decisions, changes to code, and trends. But the last question, which has to do with what should our priorities be for 2021, I think that's where a recommendation could really live.
That's very helpful. Do we want, I'd love to hear from our fellow board members. Is that what we want to do, is to write have a letter that focuses on our recommendations?
I think that it's it should focus on guiding future priorities and recommendations that the board has a fairly good consensus on. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And that's I see, Peter, you've been voting. I think it's okay. I just don't want people to get too excited about their votes before we talk.
Oh, apologies.
But you did what we're going to do. Let me talk about the voting a bit. This gets to a little bit, Sarah, about what I'm thinking we'll do after we talk through all this. I gave everybody 5 votes for what they like, and you can put maybe more than one on one if you really love one. But I thought maybe 5 would give people the ability, and this is kind of what we did last year with Brian when Brian facilitated this. We had a number of votes and we put them up. I thought 5 would give us a pretty good opportunity to really highlight the ones we like the best. I also thought maybe some X's might be good because there might be something on here that you really don't think is appropriate for the board to weigh in on in this format. And we can discuss why that might be if we see some X's. But I really felt like specifically if board members feel that there might not be consensus on something, or that we already weigh in on it in a quasi-judicial way, and it's inappropriate to do that in an annual letter, that somebody might want to exit out. And I don't want to go any further beyond that because the discussion will happen when we see an X, I'm sure. But that's what those are for, is if you feel pretty strongly that we probably shouldn't go there, please feel free to put an X on it, and then we'll talk through that. And then I thought that would just give us an opportunity to say, hey, look, this one got the most votes, this one got the next most. And it doesn't have to be a hard and fast rule about how we move things over, but I think we'd like to get to the point where we say, hey, let's pull this. And when I put this arrow here that says themes, I thought we'd pull the themes over to the right of the workspace that we decide we do want to include in the letter and start to whittle it down that way.
So I think one of the things, David, that might be useful, certainly I think would help given the voting strategy, is for us to know or decide, at least provisionally, how many items we're going to put forward under each of the 3 questions. Because if we're going to put 5 items forward under each of the questions, then I might spread my votes differently than if we're only going to put 1. In that case, I might just want to put all of my chips on the one that I want the most. So, I mean, I'm a proponent of short letters. I think that the city council's got 23 boards to read letters from. And while we're a pretty important board, we don't want to overtax their attention, and they're getting a lot of input. So, for me, I'd like to see something like 2 items under the first question, 2 items under the second question, and 3 priorities under the third. How do people feel about numbers like that?
I think that's reasonable, and I think Harmon, what you were talking about earlier about providing our suggestions for the future under the 3rd category is also a good idea.
Yeah, I think one thing that I noticed on the 3rd category is we didn't get quite as much input on that. So that may be, the 3rd category may be ripe for a little bit more discussion. And maybe we'll come up with a few things that we didn't. We had a lot on the 1st and the 2nd question, a lot more than we need, I think. But, okay, well, with that in mind, do you think we can spend time now talking through everybody's input and just kind of get general reactions and see what we got for each of the 3 questions and as a pass through, and then maybe after that we'll focus on finishing up our voting. Does that make sense?
Sounds good.
Great. Okay, so let's start with question 1. What recent decision, change to code, or planning trend do you see as a particularly positive and would like to build upon? So again, I didn't try to order these in any special order, but the first one here is I summarized as use table subcommittee. So maybe Sarah, did you want to start us off? With,
sure. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to move my little votey thing, but whatever.
yeah, we can. That's I'll help you with that.
So I was so thrilled to be a part of the use table review subcommittee. It was both a fascinating experience and I think it, although sometimes it bled over what its remit was a little bit. I think a lot of really interesting ideas were put on the table that once it goes through a public process and refinement would set the stage for some very interesting and important planning potential for the city. So I think from a priority perspective, from a priorities perspective, being able to have that go through to the end, to complete the process is an important step that touches every neighborhood and all the way to the boundaries of the city versus a particular sub-community plan. So I think this is an important process that was begun, and it would be wonderful if council could prioritize it in 2021 to complete it.
Great. And John, you also had a comment on that one?
Yeah, I mean, basically the same as Sarah's. I think it was well done, efficiently done, very useful and worthwhile. So
great. And Lisa also commented on that one, I see. And
yeah, and I voted, I don't know if it's unorthodox or not allowed, but I just put my green dot on like use table subcommittee generally, because I wasn't necessarily trying to call it anyone's particular verbiage. I think we can maybe look at what various people said on that and combine it in the final edited letter. So yeah, instead of voting on just one of us, I just said, I think we should include use table subcommittee.
Great, and that's exactly what I wanted people to do. And since people are starting to vote, maybe that'll save us time. So feel free to start dragging your dots over. Sarah, I see you figured out how to drag a dot over. You have
yay!
Definitely don't want to be in move mode. If you're in move mode, you're just going to drag the screen around. So you have to go
Zumba, everybody.
And then you get that dot and you move it over. So next one, I just put down BVCP midterm update as something that I thought went well. And I don't know that anybody's going to want to vote for that one, but I put that one down. Let's see, East Boulder area planning. Let's see, let's go in the opposite order this time. I said that the work's been doing great in envisioning future area of Boulder with a lot of potential, and we look forward to seeing what land use proposals will come out of this effort. John?
Carmen, are you triple voting on equity?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
didn't know we could do that.
I thought we were going to be doing a big voting at the end of this. Are we?
Yeah, that's what I envisioned, but people are having fun voting. So let's, I'm not going to worry about it.
You gave us the stickers and now we're running around your planning meeting, putting them on things we like.
You don't realize
it's all working, David. It's all working.
If I vote last, I have the advantage.
Game theory.
Has anyone ever been to an unconference where the participants, the attendees, start the conference by voting on the topics, and that's what then the conference is about?
No, but it sounds fun or dangerous.
So John and Sarah, do you want to talk about your input on East Boulder area planning, or you're pretty much similar to what I said?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it was I was very impressed with how staff managed the process. I mean, they deserve a lot of kudos for what they've wrought. And my only concern was that there wasn't adequate representation from some of our more marginalized communities. So it kind of intersects with the equity concerns. But hopefully as the process becomes a more public process and less of a working group process, the city can do as much as possible to bring in all of those other voices.
Yeah, with East Boulder area planning too, you have the Vista Village and San Juan del Centro neighborhoods. I wonder if there were opportunities, now that we have the Connectors program, there could be ways to offset the financial impacts of participating on a working group potentially. So that's.
I don't think San Juan del Centro is in it, but
well, they're not in it, but they're adjacent, right? There's not many actual residential neighborhoods boundary.
San Lazaro is in it, but I also had a positive remark about this, but so I think we should. It's good to be doing it. I raised a couple of concerns, and I'm trying to figure out how that's most effectively done, keeping in mind the purpose of this letter.
Okay.
John, what were your concerns? I'm just
we're going to be getting to those.
Right? Oh, we're going to get into concerns later. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think it's in the second question, isn't it, John? You have your concerns listed.
Yeah, Festivus, the airing of grievances.
Not a grievance.
This would be just to put this in perspective, this would be the idea of including the area planning as one of the things we talk about in our answer to question 1, what made us happy or what was a good thing in planning for the year.
Right.
So the next one was affordable housing. That one I put down, affordable housing projects have been moving forward, and that's always great to see. I think we saw a number of good ones this year, so I put that one there. Alpine Balsam, Lupita?
Yep.
Anything you want to say on that? That one you mentioned.
Yeah, so I saw that as a more than anything great possibility that we haven't made final decisions, and that I think we have an opportunity to really do something special. So I'm more eager to see what's going on, and I was so glad to hear some of our community members bring that up as well. So that was the point on that one. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do something with housing in a creative way. So to me, that could be lumped in with affordable housing, because that's really what I'm thinking about.
So I have a question. So as we talk about affordable housing, I know the first question is like, what's going well? What's something that you think is really working? And then the second question is what's something that's a challenge or not going quite as well? And then third is kind of what do you want us to put more time and effort in? So as I'm kind of voting and like putting my dots in certain places, I sort of chose to put housing as like something that I saw as, I guess, under the second area that it really needs more work, which isn't to say that wonderful work hasn't happened or that I don't think it should be a priority, but like I sort of categorize it that way mentally. So yeah, I'm wondering like if we're trying to keep it to like 2 things per section, I wonder if any other planning board members are also thinking about like certain things being priorities, but like you put them in different spots than under the first one. Does that make sense? Like I'm trying to think like, what do I feel like really is going well? And to me, use table subcommittee, I think really went well. Whereas when I think about affordable housing, I think, okay, still quite a bit of work to do.
Yeah, and that's why I thought, Lisa, it would be useful to go through all 3 questions before we vote, because we might say, hey, it looks to me like we should talk about affordable housing mostly as something for the future. And if we decide that, we might actually not vote that, but you can still change your votes later. So
okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that, that like just because I'm not voting for something under option 1 doesn't mean it's not a priority. I'm just maybe kind of conceptualizing it differently.
Yeah, I think we'll And something weird happened. Things were moving around like crazy for me. Hold on one second. Let me just check my workspace here. So did somehow everything moved. I'm gonna try to get it back before we go on. Sorry, I'm not really used to this platform. Give me 1 second here. Okay, that's gonna move it back to where it belongs. Somehow in my workspace, everything just kind of moved. I apologize.
Um,
Can you make a dummy avatar for yourself and then you won't have the same permissions? You can participate like the rest of us.
I know. I'd probably get so confused. Okay, good. So I'm back. Anybody who was watching the Zoom just saw a lot of weird stuff happening, but now we're back. All right, so that was Alpine Balsam. Yeah, and when we go through and vote, we can, and then talk about moving things over. If it turns out that the 1 or 2 or 3 things that we're gonna do in the category can be combined, and we think we wanna mention Alpine Balsam in affordable housing, we can certainly discuss doing something like that, and we can make some notes to the editor to try to capture that. The next section here was equity.
Wait, Lupita's raising her hand.
I'm raising my hand because I have a burning comment to make.
Oh yeah.
So I did a workshop 6-hour long last year on how to increase diversity in environmental engineering, and we did something like this exercise. And the way we handled it was to put the topic, in this case, equity. It was more of the main theme with all of the related things around it, because this looks very linear to me and disconnected in the sense that, for example, I think of what's happening at Ponderosa really belongs with equity. The same thing with Alpine Meadow, Alpine Balsam, it really is related to affordable housing. So for somebody who thinks like me, this is disruptive, unorganized, because the themes are not really collapsing nicely. So I think a lot of these things are connected. And so when you kind of see that there's commonalities, and the commonalities that they're all about equity, it's a lot easier to make the case. This is really an important topic that many people brought it up, because I kind of tried to do something more of a objective example as opposed to a lot of words. So with equity, I want to move away from wording. We're in the middle of an anti-racism movement in this country. I'm tired of words. I want to see the evidence that this city is actually doing something about equity. So to me, Ponderosa is an example of it. All the wordings, I would just throw them out the window as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I know it sounds terrible. I apologize to our community members that are listening to us, but this is the kind of thing that this is where we really need to start moving away from words into the evidence that we are actually working on these things. So I think some of these things are very clear that we are doing stuff, and some of the stuff later on where we're going to say, things that we're not so happy about, you will notice that we also have commonality. So we're going to be converging in a number of topics that I think it will become a lot more obvious if we think less linearly and more holistically. That was my comment.
Thank you, Lupita. It is kind of a challenge because we each sent in words that I think I felt like people would want their words to be seen. So that's why I thought we of just kind of going through one at a time on a first pass. Lupita, would it be okay to like do kind of go through and see what everybody wrote first, and then start to holistically group? Because I think you're right. I think with equity, you can see we've already got a whole bunch of dots on equity in general. If we say that Ponderosa and Alpine Balsam are related as we start to vote and move things around, then I would think we could be more holistic on how we kind of arrange stuff. I'm trying to think of how we could accommodate that quickly though, because it's I don't know this platform well enough to like create a whole new way of representing it.
Yeah, I feel for you. All I'm saying is that, you know, when I'm looking at the format, it was kind of like what we had to go through with us, and you know, we had 6 hours to do it. That's what I'm feeling bad, that we ended up doing all of these, you know, kind of agglomerations of the topics to try to go through quickly, because in our case we had a lot. We had like 80 people, and so you got to go quicker in some of this stuff. But I appreciate this is not an easy thing, but I am very happy to see that some of the topics that we all care about is showing up now. I haven't put my dots yet, but I see that they're going to go to the similar places as everybody else. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion that kind of comes off of what Lupita said? My guess is that for each of us, there were themes that flowed from through the 3 questions, and maybe it would make sense to poll the board members to articulate those themes, and then begin to place the blocks underneath those themes, and that might enable us to begin to organize this in a way that is translatable and communicable to the city council.
Sure. So are we proposing to stop doing what we're doing and going through what everybody inputted first? My thought was we just have everybody talk about what they were thinking, and then we could start to arrange. But
I think we can definitely keep doing what you're proposing, and maybe the next step is, and then like, why did you, Lupita, put the things down that you put down, and why did you, Lisa, put down the things you put down? Because those themes are, each of us did this separately, and we're in our own space when we did them, and that's not being that iterative process isn't being communicated to our colleagues yet. And I think it would be a valuable add-on to the process you've laid out.
Yeah, David, I think you did a great thing by getting this down. It's exactly what we'd have done in person, to my knowledge, with the whiteboard. And then in the discussion is what fleshes out, I think, what Lupita and Sarah may be getting at. So, David, I would not say.
Well, I'd be glad to.
Let's do what you did, because it's the step we have.
Yeah, and I'd be glad to take a step back. We actually went more than halfway through this section talking about what each of our boxes said. But would you prefer to go around the table and just talk about this in general? Is that what I'm hearing?
Then I personally am not trying to stop what the process we're going through. I just think once we go through this part, then it is useful to get to the themes in our own heads that we haven't put out on the table yet, because we're going through the boxes.
I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, this was just our first input.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go ahead and slog through just looking at and then after this, yeah, absolutely, we can change the categories, we can combine things, we can talk about big picture, but I think it's useful just to look at what everybody said as a first pass, just because that way we can kind of just take inventory. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so we were on equity, and I think that Harmon and Lisa both had input. Do you two want to talk about your stickies, maybe starting with Harmon?
Yeah, sure. I think this falls into the category of a trend. It's definitely, with George Floyd, there's been a national recognition of systemic racism that we really haven't seen in this country before. I don't know if it's a reaction to Trump or if it's something that's going to be more lasting among the majority community, but we need to capture it in our planning efforts. And as you know, I've been beating this drum around our spending on the capital improvement program for 5 years. And staff has finally made some effort, though I'd like to see it go further. And that was one of the things you'll see in my answer to the third question, to start thinking about equity and resilience and local hiring and so forth in the capital improvement program.
Great. And Lisa, you had comments on that?
Yeah, so I think that there have been meaningful steps and more attention put toward equity and what it means to actually be more active around that. And this was one of my main themes that carried through all 3 questions, I believe. So like I would be open to equity potentially showing up somewhere else as well if the planning board sees it as being more appropriate, like under one of the things to continue focusing on. But yeah, that was one of the things that definitely stood out to me as something that I saw the city, starting to take meaningful steps on board. By no means done. I don't think you're ever done with that. But I was pleased with the additional focus and staffing and so on that was going toward it.
Great. Any other comments on that? I would just say that if we do choose equity in this section, I would probably want to really think about making sure we have it in the 3rd section as well, because there's plenty of work to be done, right? So it's nice to acknowledge what we've accomplished. Great.
And and I would be open to like changing my vote in this section in terms of like, I think it depends on how we conceive of this first question. I guess it says, would you like to build upon, as opposed to like, what do you think is, done and dusted and we did it perfectly. So it'd be fine to be in here, but I could be swayed to like switch to Nobo library if we want something more concrete. But I want equity to be a theme somewhere in here.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. All right. CU South, I put down just because I felt like, I just thought that with the process subcommittee and the fact that they had a subcommittee that went off and looked at upstream at the request of the public, there's been a lot of progress there, so I put that down. Lupita, you had Ponderosa on here?
Yeah, like I said, I was looking for examples of some of the things because I wanted to talk about, the things that I can tangibly look at that we made decisions for or that we saw progressing. So my comment about Ponderosa and the North Boulder Library, they're kind of on the similar vein. They're both about equity, where we are actually showing in tangible ways that some communities who haven't gotten any benefits from this city for the most part finally getting some. So I think that's the approach that I was taking.
Yeah. Great. I also, you and I both picked Nobo Library too, Lupita, as examples of, I saw it as an example of something that really serves the community.
Right.
And it was nice to see a good public amenity. Did you want to add anything to that, Lupita?
No, I think that was enough. I mean, I could have gone on to all the possibilities in terms of, learning opportunities and what a center for community to come together. I mean, really, it has many components to it, but I thought just bringing it as a very tangible example of a project that's moving forward and is promising, and the location is very peculiar to me. It is in a place where it really will serve many people. There are a lot of children in that area.
Mm-hmm. Great. Peter, you had
Yeah.
You felt things were improving with city council with regards to call-ups and things.
Yeah, I was in a pretty dark mood when I was considering all of these questions, and I was thinking about what seemed to have been a fairly contentious election and the way council and planning board swings on a pendulum, and how it really kind of sapped a lot of value of what I thought we were doing when certain things felt more like political theater that we were just pawns in. And so that feeling has has gone away, and I feel like there's been now some coming together back to the issues. And so I feel that's a good thing. So there are, as I knew, there are some really phenomenal concepts on here. And so I picked one that would be an outlier.
You know, I would like to make a comment about that. I agree that I have feeling really, really good working in the board. And I think that our cohesiveness is increased. And so I feel like in terms of the decision making, it's been a really nice process to be part of on you know, like learning how to work in this group and see how everybody's really trying to put, you know, the best effort forward and trying to make good decisions. And this, even when it takes a while, I feel this, even like discussion we just had about rearranging these things, like people really trying to do the right thing and put a good effort. It's wonderful. It really is good to be part of something like that. So thank you, Peter, for, you know, saying that when things change, I'm glad that you have that perspective. You know, I just arrived, so, and I can already see any progression, and it makes me feel really good to be part of this group.
Glad to hear.
And maybe there are, even if some of these we don't get a lot of votes on them, there's a possibility the editor will see a way to kind of, maybe put a word or two in a sentence that just kind of indicate that we have better working relationships or improving working relationships, that there might be an opportunity there. So community engagement is the last one on the section of things we were happy about last year. And I think is that Lisa?
Which one?
The green.
Oh, the green one. Yes. Yeah. So I talked about, and maybe this fits under affordable housing or, other things, but just the fact that we still don't really, we've seen this with multiple products that have come up, that the code still doesn't allow for certain kinds of development. And I saw this as linked to some other really good comments that people had about how with affordable housing, and talking about how it kind of encourages more inexpensive and densely situated small units. And I just feel like we're failing to preserve and then failing to build some of that missing middle housing that we really talk about. And so we're getting a lot of condos and apartments and these smaller things going in, and we have quite a lot of that housing stock, and then we're getting very expensive large homes and not as much of these smaller homes. And so that's something that has bothered me and continues to bother me.
Okay.
And also that I don't think we can get to 10 or 15-minute neighborhoods with current code either.
Okay, well, that's good. Oh, somebody just dragged, when you drag things around.
Sarah, stop.
I didn't realize that my dragging it on my thing affected you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, when you're not in the move mode and you start dragging boxes around, you all have edit capabilities on everything. So yeah, just try not to drag things around. And it's actually kind of confusing. Every once in a while, things like that happen unexpectedly. So I'll drag my themes arrow back into here, for example. So good. Well, that was basically a pass through everybody's input on question 1. So I did my best to categorize and just to kind of group them, but we can take a loop back and just totally do whatever we want in terms of, are there different categories? Do we want to combine? But should we go ahead and continue through this way and then just see what we had on 2 and 3 and then come back? Does that make sense?
Yes, please.
Great, because I think it's good to know what we have coming up as well.
Wait, so you're moving it now, and the one I have open on my laptop is not moving. So can I move it myself without screwing everyone else up?
Do you have a trackpad, Sarah, or are you using a mouse?
I'm using a mouse.
Okay, so I think down on the right, there's a little explanation of how the mouse works. I'm using a trackpad, but there's like, you want the little hand instead of the pointer.
That's what I have.
Okay, and when you use the hand instead of
I see. Thank you.
Yes.
Got it.
that makes sense. It looks like we lost a box out of land use outcomes
It
equity.
has wandered somewhere. And sorry, I think I skipped ahead one on the last one, but okay, you'll have already heard my take on that.
So let's see. I'll let Harmon and Lisa talk about these land use outcomes, and then I'm going to try to locate where the missing box went on that. These are things that we are disappointed about, that we find negative, right? Sorry, I'm going to.
Yes, as you search for the box. So I actually already just spoke about this. I apologize. I kind of skipped ahead one because of where I was on my screen. So instead of focusing on community engagement, I was already onto the next question and talking about code and 10 and 15-minute neighborhoods and the kinds of infill and housing we can build and what's preferenced and what's not. And so I think I already touched on that, and I'll hand it over to Harmon.
Yeah, so I think what I wrote is just a much more politically opinionated version of what Lisa wrote. And it's really about just being disappointed that it's hard to, get through the gridlock, to reimagine our city in a way that is going to engender more justice and peace and success in our societies, and to create a really, to create a delightful place to live. I think we end up with, in a city like Boulder, where we have a single family monoculture of 85% single family zoning districts, where nothing else is allowed. It's really hard to have a 15-minute neighborhood, to have a gathering place, to have a place to get a cup of coffee with a neighbor. So anyway, that's a inchoate, but I'm really saying the same thing Lisa's saying.
All right, and I think that the third one, amazingly, was something that I had written. So I can go find it here very quickly. Negative, Dave.
I like that we're all like assigned animals. So like I can see Peter moving around and it says visiting goat.
Okay, yeah, I think
At least yours was blocked on my screen. So
Oh, I was hoping, I think I'm a visiting horse, but I can't see mine.
Can I just make a connection from what Harmon and Lisa just talked about? It seems to me like, although I think you're talking about some very specific kinds of changes, like more ADUs or whatever, I actually feel like the two comments that you all have discussed are reinforce the completion of the use table review process. And would just like to point that out.
Yeah.
I definitely think it's all linked. I don't entirely know which thing to like put it under, and I don't want my specific ideas, which may or not be shared by other individual board members, to be part of it. But I think it's a shared concern that we have overall as a group, perhaps.
Yeah. And my words on this subject were, while we continue to see excellent affordable housing proposals under the current inclusionary housing program, we find ourselves disappointed when proposals that do not have affordable housing built into them result in high and expensive properties. It's great to have inclusionary housing fees, but we also like to see more modest outcomes on average. We're still very challenged to move the needle much on affordable commercial space. So those were my comments in that. So, all right, good. So the next group in what disappointed us was a shooting range comment by John.
Yeah, I don't know how closely you've been following, but there's the proposal by the county, or there's a proposal that's been considered, not yet adopted, to expand the shooting range in the planning reserve area north of town. I don't have any particular opinions about whether it should or shouldn't move ahead, but it's something that affects a lot of people in the city because they'll be hearing additional shooting and so on, in addition to affecting the city's open space land directly to the north. So it's something that it seems to me that the city should be fairly proactive in addressing with respect to providing input to the county. And the city did wide comments, and Charles forwarded me those comments. But they are primarily associated with open space concerns and not the shooting noises that the neighbors might hear that are in the city. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because it seems to me the city should be more active in this decision making.
What does the process say around area 2 kinds of activities in terms of who gets to weigh in? I mean,
it's a county decision.
Yeah.
But the city certainly has a big, throws a lot of weight in that decision, given that it's in the planning reserve area and affects a lot of city, has a lot of impact on the city. So this is just something I was trying to think of the things that I was unhappy with, and so this is one that has become apparent recently.
Great. And Peter, you talked about objectivity on the part of planning board members.
I feel that if we all looked at our voting records and historically looked at voting records, we would see that these words, as Lupita said, are words, and that we're often not acting in that way because in society, bias isn't something that's recognized outwardly, but we all bring it. And I think in this town, which has certain bedrock principles, there are just certain ways that things go. And we heard comments earlier tonight about, or the public comments, why isn't there housing? Why isn't there housing? We all know why there's not housing. We talk around it because people don't want more things around them necessarily. And there's certain entrenched ways of being. And we're appointed by elected officials, and elected officials are elected via a political process, and it filters down to us. And as I said, I was in a dark mood when I filled this out, but there's an aspect of theater that sometimes is we're better than. And I think it's something that we're not going to solve for. I'm not here to bring it up as a topic necessarily, but more as a way of highlighting conversations so that sometimes we can step out. And I'm not innocent either, but a way of stepping out of our bias towards a concept, because we all have our social and we have our context, and we're people, and that's impossible to shed. And I don't know how we get there. I'm really excited about language and concepts that Lupita has brought up since joining the board. And I want to find ways to bring that out, and for all of us to do more in that regard. And I don't mean this as a judgment. It sounds like it, and I would have rewritten this, but it's just a concept. Every once in a while I realize that we're product of this beautiful Boulder experiment. And that's what I was trying to get at.
It's interesting, and of course, with an appointed board, it's a little different from elected officials in some ways. I wonder if this looks like something that could be a really interesting topic in a retreat as well, to dig into. But
yeah, and I think it just boils down to people who have a business interest currently and have to recuse something, while others don't have to recuse something. That what is the definition of bias and conflict and ex parte? It seems often to be too narrowly defined for what we're actually all aspiring to do here.
okay. So let me take a check. Cindy, has anybody from the public said they're not able to read when I'm moving around on the screen? Or anybody unhappy out there that you know of? Or are we okay at this point?
So far, we seem okay.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't had anyone else say anything since the very beginning.
Great. Okay. Hopefully people, and are we okay? Just we're about halfway through now. So can we just keep walking through, and then we'll take that higher level picture once we get through everybody's input? Are we okay? Nobody's too stressed? All right. Lupita, you okay?
Good.
Great. Yeah, sorry it's so linear, but it's really hard for me to undo what I did.
It was to try to maybe save some time just by starting putting some of these ideas together. But maybe, you know, you took over this leadership, so I'm a soldier too when I have to. I'm good.
Great. Maybe you'll do it next year, huh? All
Yeah.
right. So see you south. Sarah and John, would you like to speak to why you put that under disappointments?
I'll speak first, John, if that's all right. So I think this is just a very frustrating and challenging process by definition. And as an observer to the process, first, I really appreciate how hard staff has been working on this. I mean, oh my God. I thank them from the bottom of my heart for doing all the heavy lifting. But the linkage of the flood mitigation and the annexation is the fact that we haven't been able to unlink them makes it very challenging to for there to be a lot the kind of in-depth public conversation about some of the challenges in the annexation process and in the outcome of the annexation, because the annexation agreement will be the final say of what the city knows it will see on this land, on this parcel. And that's a very different process from, this is a gigantic annexation, and it's a very different process than other annexations have gone through in terms of what the city's being maybe asked to pay for and do. And I just think it's a, I think the guidelines are great, but they keep getting sort of, not all of them, but they kind of get pushed to the side by CU's desires. And I just don't feel like it's equal partners. They are equal partners, but they're also kind of not equal partners. And I find it frustrating. So I'm disappointed in the process. I'm really pleased that the city has figured out the flood mitigation framework. And I would love for CU to let the city go ahead and start working on that. Because that's what the folks who live downstream need, and trust that the annexation agreement process will be one of equals who want the best outcome for both CU and the city.
Okay, John, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, well, I don't want to relitigate this, but I think there was this is my chance. They asked what we were unhappy with that happened in the city, and as you know, I feel strongly that the decision that was adopted for the 100-year flood planning efforts is not the correct one. So without going into detail, I just take this opportunity to make that point. I recognize that perhaps not everyone else on the planning board agrees with me, but I think that those who are active in the field of water management, which I am, are aware of the pros and cons, and generally speaking, they would have made a different choice. But the choice has been made, but this is my last chance to grumble about it. As I
You're on record, John. I remember.
I'm sorry? I didn't.
You are on record. I will remember.
Okay.
When the flood come.
All right. Well, I'm sure when we vote, we can discuss further if what others are thinking on whether that needs to be included in a letter to council at this point. And that again, on some of these, we have the ability to weigh in when we actually look at them on our agenda as well. So whether we decide it's appropriate to go in will kind of depend on the next leap through this, I guess. East Boulder area planning, John, you had some appointments there.
Yeah, well, I've been participating in the efforts there as liaison, and I think the staff has been doing a terrific job and very effective. But I have a few concerns which are laid out here that I think are important, and so I'm hoping that they can be considered in the future planning efforts.
Great. And Lupita, the Macy's project was a disappointment for you.
Yeah, I wish we had come out a little bit different. It was a tug in my heart because I like the building proposal, but I wish there had been a way to really make something less of it's an increase in the imbalance. And so I kept thinking, we're going in the wrong direction. How do we stop this? And you can't. But hopefully, we can resist some of these tendencies, because some of these projects really are, looking good, but they're not really helping with the problems that we have here.
And John, I think you also had a comment.
Yeah, I think my thoughts are similar to Lupita's. Given the problems and that we're dealing with and trying to address, it didn't seem to me that the Macy's development moved in the right direction.
All right, and then under I had something under disappointments. I said the COVID crisis presented a number of challenges to our community, economic challenges, or no, economically challenging times reduce the number of future planning scenarios as capital gets squeezed. And sometimes that means that we don't see as much flexibility to achieve our goals. And we've seen programs trimmed and delayed on the city staff level as a result. We have furloughs and budget constraints. So I just put that down as a disappointment for the year. And I guess I had another one right next to it. I feel that we have seen turnover in City of Boulder staff in the planning department as well. And that's always really hard on staff. And we've long enjoyed very capable, productive planning staff members. So I just wanted to point out, I was a little disappointed. I always get disappointed when we lose someone senior, or and I know that it has an impact on staff's work. So I thought that was something that I found to be a disappointment this year. And I suppose the reason I bring that up too is the more empathy we can have in city council managing the workload of staff and all that kind of stuff is good. So community engagement was a disappointment for I think both Sarah and Lupita, if we take sub-community planning as part of community engagement. So Sarah, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. I'll say, having just read Lupita's concerns, I share it. I share those concerns about Gun Barrel, and in fact, one of my thoughts about what we would recommend to the city council would be, in terms of continuing sub-community planning process, that there be one for Gun Barrel. So Lupita and I are in agreement on that. So my concern is my specific concern about the community engagement process. I realize that we're in COVID and that we have to do this online, but I think the online processes are really, they are not the best way for the kind of in-depth exploration and explanation that are needed for really meaningful public engagement. And I feel like I think of myself as someone who's pretty tuned into what's going on, and stuff happens and I hear about it 3 weeks later. So I'm sure that there are folks who aren't following it as closely, and they don't know stuff is happening at all. And there's some really big, some really significant projects that they're going through public processes right now. And I just don't think they're getting the kind of public engagement that that they require. I realize that we have these processes and the staff has done a good job of finding alternatives online, but it's just not, it is obviously not the same. And I think it produces less useful results.
Lupita, did you want to add on your thoughts about Gun Barrel? And
well, it really made an impression on me, the sentiment of that community in the various times that we have had residents from Gun Barrel come to our meetings. So it just, like I said, it made an impression in that we must do something. It is important that we find ways to engage this community and find ways to provide some of the amenities that they have already mentioned they need. And also in terms of better alignment of this community with the needs of the city as well. And in particular, the last project that involved some affordable housing, and we seemed to be in such different places. So I came out of that with, we really need to work on aligning with our communities better. So we need to, one, give them space for them to voice what they need and really follow up on them. It is again about equity. We have communities that feel neglected, and we need to be able to listen to them and find ways to, for them to understand the decisions that we're making, as well as understand more of what their needs are. So I thought that particular community, it was a very clear example how alignment is really bad. So I think we really need to spend some quality time looking at what we can do with that community. I would really love to be able to bring the more alignment, both of us. We need to move both of us into a better place.
great. Excellent summary. Thank you. Then we're on the last row of this section. We did have a lot under things that disappointed us. I think it was a tough year. I did mention that we've had a reluctance to review occupancy limits, even though we've had citizens out not able to meet petition deadlines that they thought they were meeting. And, there's been a lot of public input on this. And it seems to me that we could have looked at, the city council could have been more proactive on looking at our occupancy limits to try to see how they can't better accommodate what the people of Boulder are thinking. The next section, I put a whole bunch of them under affordable housing challenges and outcomes. We have a lot of verbiage here. I certainly talked about, even though we've seen some great proposals, we get challenged, especially on affordable commercial space, affordable middle. John and Lisa and Lupita, you want to also speak to these? Any order you want?
I can start. My concern is just that we're focused on providing as much low-income housing as possible. Well, I think that's good, but we don't want to, but we also want to think of the middle income types who can't afford market rate housing, but we want them to have some housing options in Boulder also. And so my comment was just to suggest that there should be some effort put into providing that housing for that sort of demand as well.
And I think what I said is similar, though. I mean, I'm not going to say that a policy approaches might be exactly the same, but just recognition that our current approach to housing in Boulder isn't working. I have so many friends my age who have moved out. They have left. They've gone to Longmont, they've gone to Lafayette, they've gone to Golden, and these places are also not inexpensive. They've gone to Erie, and they're not even really trying to come back. And I just worry about kind of that loss of a lot of people and the way that it kind of shrinks the diversity in the kinds of people that we have in the community, not just in terms of race, but also I thought Jan Burton had a good point about, you know, having artists living in your community. When I was working for the city, we had increasing numbers of city employees who did not live in the city. The people who plowed our streets had to like sleep on someone's couch the night before a shift because they couldn't live in the city and they wouldn't be able to get into the city to plow the streets. Anyway, I feel very strong about this. So yeah, so this is something that I put a bubble on, and my take on it, which we may or may not want to put specific policy stuff in, but is that, again, we're not doing enough for the missing middle. We're not preserving enough of the smaller homes. We're not providing ways to have things like nice townhomes or duplexes or parrot homes or whatever you want to call them. And instead, we're just getting a lot of kind of luxury on either end, and then attached smaller homes that really don't meet people's needs as they get older. So yeah.
Great, thank you. And Sarah, your for some reason your bubbles were in the background behind that box, so I fixed.
So that was meant to be one bubble, not two, but I thought my first bubble disappeared.
Yeah, there's I tried to make all these bubbles be in the foreground and everything else be in the background. So if you see your bubble disappear when you move it into a box, it means some magic has to happen to send the box into the background. Isn't this fun? Are we having fun at least? I hope. Lupita, did you want to talk about your box in this area?
Yeah, I like to add, because I think that my take was a little bit different. And I mean, because I already mentioned about affordable housing being important. And I think it's probably in the third part where I talked about also the missing pieces, particularly I'm looking about like family housing. So, you know, because a lot of the things that we see, I think is more targeting single or, you know, college students, or the rich people who can afford, you know, the big houses that they make. My concern is also in the stated values for the city, where everybody talks about affordable housing as if something that everybody agrees on, when in reality, every time that there's a project about affordable housing, there's a line to speak against it, but just for this particular project. I am in favor of affordable housing. It's just not here. And every single project is always the same. So to me, it's like there must be some training for people to come and say these things. And again, I'm getting a little emotional about this part, because you cannot say that you're in favor of affordable housing if you have people without fail to come and speak about not in this particular place. And that we have a difficult time making difficult decisions and pushing forward for the various steps that we need. So I think that we're going to have to come to terms with our community to say, well, maybe Boulder is not in favor of affordable housing. We just want to say the words. So let's just put it on the list of, let's just use the nice words, but nobody believes it. And I will feel more comfortable with that. So any of our residents to come to the planning board, do they say, I'm in favor of affordable housing, except not near my house? Then you will know what I'm thinking when you're speaking. We can't do this anymore. You can't say that. You can't say that. So you are not in favor of affordable housing if you don't want it near your house either, because it's always near somebody's house. So that's the only thing, you know, it's just kind of, let's just look at what progress we made or the lack of progress we have made, and then present that as the evidence. No, this is not a city, you know, that we're doing our job just yet. So this is the sad part.
Thank you, Lupita. So that actually then covers all of the things that we said for question number 2. So I was thinking we could go through question number 3. There aren't quite as few inputs here, so it shouldn't take quite as long. And then what I thought we would do is take a break and make sure we've all put dots next to things. And the whole idea will be to see if the dots kind of give us clues as to what's important to people. And then we'll make our pass through doing like some creative groupings and discussions and trying to pull things out we know we want to put in the letter. Does that make sense? So let's go ahead and start on this third one, which what should the priorities be? I had a whole section here. I grouped quite a few things together under equity, housing, and resilience. So let's just go through them in order. Lisa, you said equity and housing.
I did, yep, kept it very brief.
Yeah. Peter, you said, is there social equity that Boulder can fully address and show leadership?
Sure, this is, I was on the Housing Advisory Board meeting this week, and it was a similar concept of if we showed this type of leadership that we showed towards open space, acquisition of open space, where would we be around social equity? And how do we frame this in a way that it doesn't trigger the folks who have dedicated their lives to environmental causes and feel that it has to come somehow at the expense of the natural environment, the natural world, in order to develop infill properties to house human beings.
And Harmon, you had a...
Yeah, mine's just dovetailing around the comment around dovetailing with the comment around the CIP. And so, I just want to see more than study and more than policy and an actual requirement within the CIP to direct the procurement and contracting towards, where possible, the local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, disadvantaged business enterprise, and that dovetails with the maintenance of our industrial zoning. And I said, and encourage the location in Boulder of businesses which make things. And I think, and that I was just searching for words, but, that would really fall into the same category as encourage Boulder to make places for snowplow drivers, so that they don't have to sleep on their buddy's couch the night before a big storm. It's about equity and resilience and creating a city that is, a broad spectrum city. We have $500 million that we spend every 5 years on the CIP. So my notion is people go where they get paid to go, and they go where they can afford to be. And so if we direct money at the kinds of people that we want to see join us in this community, then we can have more diversity here.
And mine was kind of focused on trying to continue to look for what levers we might have legally. We know that at the state level, there's legislation that says we can't do rent control, for example. There's things that where hands are tied, and I think our inclusionary housing program has done a lot to try to address those things. But is there anything we're missing? Anything that we could be doing that we're not doing? Maybe grants or things that can help some of these some better outcomes with affordability. And I also mentioned occupancy limits, which the board may not agree with me on. So we can talk about that if we start to move that one in scope.
So David, if I may ask, I would like to mention something, and I don't know if it really be something that the planning board, but certainly the city could do something, I think. So one of the things that I've learned with regarding to, housing and, some of the things that I found particularly surprising to me is that even when we have services or resources, presumably to help some of the most, needy members of our society, in particular with housing needs, I've learned that there is such thing as you are so needy that you just don't meet the minimum of what we're allowed to help. Sounds weird. I'll just say the example, very real one, when I found this doesn't make any sense. One of the families and in one of our mobile home communities had last winter a roof that was caving into her house in multiple places. And so she was searching for support. And this is when I was doing the conversations with the city through the Church of Sacred Heart of Jesus. And we had people who can come from housing to let them know about resources. And there's one resource fund for improvements to mobile homes. But they had to go through an application process, which at the time, it was only in English. So they were in the process of getting it translated. So when that translation was in, I kind of stepped in and helped translate for the county person who came to inspect the house. Well, the outcome of that was that the house was literally condemned. This is one of the mobile homes. This was the home for this family, a father, a mother, and a child. But the house was in such a bad shape that the county could not help them. So it was so bad that they had to pay themselves because the county couldn't give them any money. How did that make any sense? So I'm thinking, there's something really out of whack here. Whoever came out with these rules clearly does not have any equity in mind or even, any logic. So is there something that a group like us can do to, look at these, I don't know, these programs and see if they have any logic? Because we have to deal with codes and stuff, but there's a point where things are not helping our community, and if people are doing things wrong, then we have a responsibility to do it right. And just because it's been lingering for a long time, well, I'm of the mind that there are things that are unacceptable until somebody who recognizes that are unacceptable says so. So letting our community live in dangerous conditions, because we're talking about this particular case, the house had a caving roof, and on top of that, the inspector found that the walls were also falling out. So that family is still living in that house, but somehow they managed to find some money to fix enough so they can stay there, because that was their home. It wasn't just a place to spend the night, it's their home. And so I don't know, that really left a big impression on me, that there's something that we gotta do better.
And so I want to make sure we remember this, because you had some great verbiage here on middle level and family housing, but I'm going to say protect at risk families who are already here.
Yeah.
That'll just help us remind us what you just talked about. And because we're talking about people who, I'm having a delay when I type, it's very annoying. I think that's a very important point that wasn't captured by anything yet in words. So that's important. Great, thank you, Lupita. Then another category we had, again, was the use tables. I think, Harmon, you commented update to the use tables.
Yeah, I just think that's important.
Yeah, and I went through a much longer narrative where I thought we could build on not only the use table subcommittee, but also things we've learned from area planning, community outreach around community benefits. And there's a lot of stuff out there that we need to act on. And I know it's been difficult because of COVID to get these things scheduled, but I thought maybe we could encourage bringing some of these initiatives close next year, because a lot of these creative ways to approach land use really affect a lot of our affordable housing goals. They make our neighborhoods more walkable. They really embody a lot of the things that we envision to make Boulder a dynamic place. So I just put a lot in there. And so I called that section use table and code updates. All right, and CU South, I wrote up a thing to continue to prioritize this. I don't know if City Council really needs to be reminded, but it just has a lot of mom and apple pie kinds of ideas around continuing to move towards an annexation agreement. Sarah, you had some comments on that too?
David, can I just jump in here for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 members of planning board have to recuse themselves around CU South. And, you know, we've been at this for an hour and a half, and I'm looking for ways to save time, but I'm also just concerned that we not put anything around CU South in the letter, because I can't represent anything around CU South. I'm recused. I work for the university, apparently, you know, even if it's just as an instructor. And so we're speaking as a board when we talk in this letter, all 7 of us. And so I think if we can just wipe everything out around CU South, people won't waste their votes on CU South, people won't waste their X's on CU South, and we won't waste any more time on CU South.
So I have a question around that, Harmon, because I'm in the same boat, and in the same removed fashion that I don't think actually impacts my ability, but because I receive a paycheck, I have to recuse myself.
Likewise.
Is there a means for if any members of planning board who do feel strongly about including stuff around CU South, if they chose to, and I'm not suggesting that you guys do this or that you want to do this so that it's a good use of your time, but if they wanted to get together and draft a little something about that and then send a letter to council, could they do so that if we remove CU South as being from the entire planning board, if it is significantly important to certain members, is there a way for them to do that kind of fits within the rules that would allow us to also kind of table it for this overall planning board letter?
So this is
Well,
a letter that's meant.
There's another alternative here too, and that is to say, you know, for example, a minority of the planning board feels thus and such, you know,
Yeah.
to distinguish.
So there's another piece, John. There's another piece, which is that we have an obligation of impartiality as planning board members. And the CU South matter is going to come back in front of this board. And so to presage your position on CU South in an official letter to City Council before an application is actually in front of us is not, I think, the right place to be. And I think that it could be interpreted as being a violation of our obligation of impartiality. I think that, you know, CU South has, there's going to be a lot of discussion around CU South. The strongest way that the planning board can speak to CU South is with its votes when an application comes in front of us.
So Harmon, are you saying that we have to be in agreement on every single element of what goes into this letter? It has to be 7-0 approval of every sentence?
No, but that's typically the way that planning board, I mean, I've done this letter 4 times and we have never had a split letter, really. I mean, there are a couple times where we've had, you know, I don't know, I could go back and read the letters and maybe you could find something where it says the, you know, like what John's suggesting, the minority of planning board feels a certain way.
No, I agree. I think that the letter, the purpose of the letter is to speak with one voice generally. And there have been boards where members of the board have written separate letters as individuals to City Council. And I don't know, Hella, if this is a city policy around how those letters get written. I know on Landmarks Board, when I was liaison to Landmarks Board, one of the members wrote a separate letter. But I think it's just a letter as an individual, isn't it, Hella?
Yeah, if it's not from the whole board, it would be a letter from the individual.
Right.
So I have to say, Harmon, I hear what you're saying, and I have a problem with the fact that we are nixing the possibility of mentioning CU South because 3 of our board members happen to have a conflict of interest. I don't think let's assume, just for the sake of discussion, that the four of us who don't have a conflict of interest think that it's important to put CU South in here for whatever reason. You're essentially telling us that we can't do that because you have a conflict of interest and Lisa has a conflict of interest and Lupita has a conflict of interest. Well, that seems to me like a not the right reason to leave something out. And again, maybe we don't put CU South in at all just because we think at the end of the day that we're going to prioritize other things. But I feel strongly that your conflict of interest should not be silencing.
Okay, can we move on?
Isn't it quasi judiciary?
Yeah,
Are we not even supposed to be discussing it and talking about it at all in this way?
Half these things are quasi judiciary.
No, well, this is a specific matter.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Application.
The CU South matter is going to be legislative when it comes forward for annexation. But I also think that the response to have the CU South issue brought up in the first two questions, which had to do with decisions, changes to code, and planning trends, it doesn't fit. So, to the extent that it fits, it's only a interim decision, which isn't a final decision of City Council to study the 100-year option, but that's not the actual final decision. So, where it should live in the final question.
In my opinion, there's another thing that we would hit on if we really started to talk through this, and that is that I don't think that we would be able to speak with one mind easily, and we'd go down a rat hole on something that already we know is high on the list of priorities for City Council. So I just don't see the value of us spending all this time just because there's definitely language, Sarah, in your write-up that I would never be able to go along with. I was involved in writing the guiding principles. This has been going on for years. We have followed advice of staff for years that says that the only negotiating path we have with CU is to bundle this into annexation. To ask staff to say, I could not in good conscience as a planning board member send a message back to staff saying, we think you should go back to square one. We'll never get any sort of consensus around that. So that already, without the recusal business, to me says that we're not gonna, it's kind of a dead end. And we'll spend an awful lot of time talking about it and never come up with anything useful other than perhaps just, oh, this should be a high priority next year. But they know that.
I see Hella is ready to help us out here a little bit also.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in, and because of the recusals, part of the recusals is that you don't participate in the discussion, so that makes it kind of difficult for the three more board members to even discuss this right now. So I think you should either decide to make your comments in the hearings that address the matter and not in the latter, or address it separately without those board members here. And that could be a kind of an addendum to the letter that comes only from part of the board because of the recusals. If that makes sense. And it could be
Hella, just a question. I think that may be a good suggestion, but frankly, the board, the four folks who remained involved in CU South issues are the board, are they not, in that matter?
Yeah, they are.
So
what I was suggesting with the addendum would be, but the others are not supposed to discuss it, right? So if you're discussing what it's going to say, then those other board members probably shouldn't be part of it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Hella. We haven't gotten into anything really particular, but I would feel like I needed to step out if we started talking about specific language around CU South. So I would move that at least while all 7 of us are present, that we not discuss CU South further. And then I'll leave it to the other 4 members of the board who are free to speak about it to decide whether or not it's something they do or do not want to engage on. taking into account the different views we've heard from other board members.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I think that I find it to be a very cumbersome and strange notion that you can add an addendum to a letter and say that this part of a letter that's signed by 7 planning board members is only signed on to by 4 of them. It's like, you know, some Supreme Court decision where, you know, there's a minority opinion or something like that. That's not the way that I see this letter going. I think this is a letter from planning board to city council. And it's what we can, you know, what we can convey to council as what are our priorities. And a board that's heavily split and undermanned, in this case around CU South, cannot convey its priorities to city council, whether with an addendum or in the body of the letter.
So I think we've succeeded in spiraling down one of these items. I thought we were going to go through and present them all and then go back and see what the votes, maybe the CU South won't get any votes and we won't even have to talk about this anymore. And if we do see the bunch of dots appear on CU South, then we can revisit this. Is that okay? Because you know, personally, I'm not going to put a dot anywhere near CU South when I vote. But
David, if I may just say something, because I think everybody made, made a statement regarding those of us who recuse themselves. I'm with Lisa. I will be fine with the group that are in liberty to speak about the topic, decide how they want to go forward. I don't think they should be punished for the fact that several of us had relationships of some sort with the institution. And so I think it's fair that those who are free to speak their mind, whatever that is, I don't know, because I haven't been in discussions, that they can do it. I don't have a problem with that at all. And I will be happy to just kind of move to the side when their time comes. And I actually wouldn't have a problem with them having as an addendum, if that is necessary, or just to make, it wouldn't have to be. It is not their fault that 3 or 4 of us who have relationship with CU, it's not their fault. So you can't put it on these people. So I think Kela can guide them in the best way to go forward, but I don't think their opinions based on what they have discussed so far, and it is a big enough project. In fact, I think it's the biggest one that we'll be dealing with in the foreseeable future, that it is reasonable to expect that they can speak about it in whichever way they think is meritorious. So I will just kind of like to go on record on that. I just need to make sure that I'm not there for whatever it is that they decide.
Well, I have a completely different view on that. People oftentimes look at the letter to council as a way to shoehorn in your own personal agenda. And I don't think that that is what we're doing here. I think we're creating a theme that the planning board would like to project as a team. And I think that if there are people who feel very strongly that some of the ideas that are put out here should not be put on because it might project bias for something that we're supposed to be talking about when it's presented to us in a few weeks, I think it's a really good reason not to put it in the letter. And I think that if we start to come up with really elaborate ways to voice opinions on something that we'll be able to voice the next time we deliberate and have a proposal in front of us, we're sending a kind of an unpleasant signal. And I think that this is supposed to be a productive and a forward-looking exercise, not something where we bicker and set up our own little agendas. So I really don't like the idea of having addendums or anything like that. But that's just my opinion.
I'd like to suggest that we go ahead and start voting through everything. Have we?
Well, we still had a few on the future. Can we just go on and then see how this comes out with voting? And if we have to revisit that, we can. I think that we spent a lot of time on that. So another one that came up from me and I see from Harmon was architectural expertise. wondering if we should ask the city council whether or not we should have architectural expertise on the planning board, since we don't have that at this point. Harmon, did you want to say anything additional to that?
I'm with you, David. I think we ought to.
Weren't we also at one point, or wasn't there discussion of requesting an ex parte member or something to sit in who would have that for now?
From what, from the design?
Yeah, from DAB, I think.
Mhm.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I don't know that goes into the letter, but in the interim, if that's something that we feel we're missing, that might be a way to cover that.
Yeah, I mean, that was talked about last year. John?
Yeah, and in fact, I was at the last DAB meeting where they were writing their letter also to City Council. And one of the things they asked in their letter, and Cindy, you were there too, so maybe you can say exactly what it was, but they want to be more involved in providing their expertise to planning board. So it seems to me quite appropriate, for example, for us to suggest something similar to that, to get that expertise.
And I realize that's not the same thing as also recommending architectural expertise on the board itself, but just at the moment, it might be a good thing.
Yeah, what do you think? I mean, that would be, the city charter actually talks, it has to be changed for ex parte, is it ex parte members, right?
Ex officio.
Or ex officio.
Sorry, yeah, I'm using the wrong Latin term.
Yeah, ex officio. So there can be, of course, informal liaisons, but if we really want to have someone who can deliberate with us, maybe as a non-voting member, it would require a charter change, I believe. But we could.
Doesn't DAB looks at projects already,
Right.
and the city staff provides that expertise. You know, I have a concern, not a you know, drive a stake through the heart concern, but almost any architect in town is going to have an awful lot of conflicts of interest, since they bring projects to the board, or their bosses bring projects to the board. And while I know they can recuse themselves, I have to think we have to think about the balance of that's a thing to have to balance out.
You know, since for the last decade, we've had, and I don't know, John, you'd know before the last decade, but with Holicky and Bowen and May, we've always had, until this year, we've always had an architect on the planning board. And I think that, you know, I'm against the idea of this ex officio member. I think we talked about building a good team on the planning board. And because we see design reviews here at planning board with site review, and we see concept reviews, having somebody who has some architectural expertise who can just throw that into the mix, along with the other talents that are brought, like with John and his knowledge of water and flood issues, or with me and my planning background, or with, you know, Sarah and her community activism. You know, these are things that we bring together to render thoughtful, broad-based decisions on planning board. And so having no one who's a design professional has been difficult this year. And that's why I'm suggesting that we have an actual sitting member of planning board who's an architect. And it's really unusual for us not to have one.
So I think we've made our case. Let's move on, and we'll see where how many dots we get on that one. There's Harmon, you had a one on innovation.
Yeah, and this is tied back to the disappointment piece that I agreed with Lisa about on the top line of the last question. You know, we want to talk about sort of real world examples. We talked about in the large house, large lot discussion, how one of these large lots could turn into, you know, a beautiful little court of 12 attached houses, you know, 2 rows of 6 or something, and create a little micro community. And not only is that impossible under the code, but that became a source of great acrimony, and that project ended up going nowhere. The large house, large lots kind of has fizzled as far as I can tell. And so, you know, my notion is just that we should prioritize the invitation of these innovative ideas that could create a delightful city, that could create, great leaps in the level of community that we have here in Boulder and provide thought leadership for cities around the country. Whether it's pilot programs or, citywide code changes, we've got to try some of this stuff, or it's just a lot of talk.
Great, and maybe that can be lumped into use table and code updates, is to kind of be an expansion on that to include innovation as well as we vote and reorganize. It kind of seems like it overlaps a little with that one.
Can I offer something? I didn't write anything in this section, but I think the idea of, being more open to pilot projects, I think is a reasonable one. Obviously, you want to think carefully about them and see what the consequences will be from all directions. But I think Harmon's idea is good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, great. So just then we're on the very last one, and I'm sorry this is taking so long. Harmon and I thought it would take an hour to get through the first pass of the questions, and it's taking closer to 2, I think. Well, an hour and 45. But there's a bunch of stuff here on community engagement. Everything from, I'm gonna go ahead and just talk to this in general. We have sub-community planning. We have a number of planning board members that have recommended our long-time recommendation that we talk about notifying non-property owners that are residents that are living near projects. So that could go into a section on community engagement. Yeah, and Lupita had a comment on young people. So there's a lot of stuff in here, and there's a lot of boxes. So does anybody want to say more about that, or should we? I'm thinking, Harmon, what we could do is take another 5 to 10 minute break. Anybody who hasn't voted yet could go and put their dots on things, and then we can start to take more of a 10,000 foot look. And Lupita, we could start to move things into various categories and stuff like that, and talk at a higher level now that we've kind of seen what everybody has their cards out on the table.
Can I just say something, David? I'm sorry. My yellow box, which you skipped right over, was the first one is actually about sub-community planning. And to me, that is actually we made that point last year in our report to our letter to council. And I think for me, at least personally, that sub-community planning continues to be a top priority, in my humble opinion, continues to be a top priority, and specifically Gun Barrel. But I would like us to think about putting sub-community planning as a top priority in the letter.
Yeah, I put sub-community planning in my box on community engagement. So we could split it into 2 categories, or if everybody ends up putting dots on it, is it okay if we just assume that we would talk about both sub-community planning and community engagement and other topics if we selected this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, David, I'm going to push back on that a little and agree more with Sarah in this place, because I think that I'm less inclined to support sub-community planning citywide, but I'm very supportive of sub-community planning for Gun Barrel, and I think there's precedent for that in that when we went through the midterm update, that was one of the planning board's major recommendations to city council. Already, we felt that sub-community planning for Gun Barrel was vital.
Okay.
So that's where I stand.
So let's split that into 2 separate categories, and then I'll try to organize it properly.
David, would it be helpful if when we come back from our break, I've been writing some notes trying to place some of this stuff into themes, and I assume others have been doing the same thing.
I wonder if it would be helpful that different groups take, each one of the different questions That way, I feel terrible that you have to do all of that, the rearranging. David?
Yeah, let's see. How would we do that? I don't know how to do breakout rooms and stuff like that in this tool. But we could always work on our own separate parts of the workspace if we wanted to break up. Did we want to go through?
Can we even do that, Hella? Break into smaller groups when it's a public meeting?
Oh yeah, that's an issue.
Is it possible to work in the same picture, but maybe three of us moving things around in the top third of the picture with the first question? Is that so that, just we're all on the same big picture, but just focusing on one section of it just to help? Is that possible? By the way, David, you misspelled my last name.
Oh.
I hadn't noticed it until they just keep looking at me and say, who's that person?
Sorry, I think I misgendered you maybe.
Yeah.
Not only did I misspell your name, oh my gosh, that's terrible.
Just the last A, that's it. But
Speaking of last name, mine is still misspelled, at least on one of these things also.
Yeah, I changed it on two, but not on this one. Okay. That was something. Okay, can we think about that while we do our break? Are people okay with doing the voting with our dots so we can see where people are thinking what things are resonating with everyone right now?
So is the idea to vote for specific colored boxes or for the green title?
I was thinking the green title.
Oh, all right.
But I see people, but I guess if you put it on a box, it means that you like that one the best in that green title. I don't think that's a problem.
Okay, it'll show up either way. All right.
But one thing is, if your dot disappears, it's because the box is in front of it in layering. So if you move your dot over and it disappears under a box, what you want to do is right click on the box and say send to back. So I saw a couple people have their dots disappear, so I sent the boxes to the back, but I haven't done it to every single box.
It doesn't give you that option.
We may not have that permission.
So
yeah, I don't.
Oh, if you're not in move mode and you click on the box and then there's like three, doesn't it get little white drag boxes around it?
Yeah.
And then you right click or shift click. I'm sorry, shift click. And it should say send to like the fourth one down.
I just moved the box.
Okay. All right. All right, so be back here, what, at 10:15 after everybody gets a chance to vote and take a break?
Okay.
That's not out. How do I drag it out?
Okay.
I don't know how to pick the or. Is David gone?
I'm just busy voting here. We're on break, so feel free to talk to me if you want to.
Oh, I'm trying to move my little gray balls, and I'm thinking I couldn't do it, but I think if you see it, hopefully.
I see your little cursor there. So make sure that you're not in move mode. Go over that hand just to the right, that gray hand. And if it says move mode, it means you're not in move mode. So that's good.
Okay, so I'm not in mood mode anymore. I
Okay,
was.
now click on that circle. And there you go. Now just drag it to wherever you want it.
Okay. So, when I say the Ponderosa one, to me that goes with the equity. So.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, I think so when we start to move things around, Lupita, let's just see if there's opportunities to mention some of these things in like in equity, for example.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean if it doesn't get dots that we're just gonna give up on it. This is the fun part, in my opinion, is moving the dots.
If you can do it, it was not doing so good in a little bit, just a little bit. Where did you go? Lost it.
Oh, can people hear me? For anyone who's still voting, I think I have something wrong on I split sub-community planning and community engagement, but I think I have the green things reversed. Yeah, because the ones on the right talk about sub-community planning. I'll make sure Sarah knows that and Lisa knows that.
So David, I was just voting on the bottom, the ones in the bottom third, right?
I'm doing all of them.
I was going and voting on all 3 questions. And Sarah, on the community engagement one, I don't know if that yellow one you wanted to be by subcommunity planning, that dot. I switched those because
Oh, now it's not moving. Yes, I wanted it by, hold on. Oh, there we go.
oh, it turned it into an oval.
It turned it into an oval. I'm sorry about that.
Oh. So I'm going to send that to the back there.
I don't think this is a very helpful. Whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen. Oops, why is this not going? Come on, baby. There we go. I used up all my votes.
Oh, I found my missing box.
It was behind somebody?
No, it's way off to the right in the second question, the area that we're going to drag stuff over to. Somebody dragged it over there and I ended up recreating it, I think. So I'll delete it. Let's see.
You know, I'm putting my little bubble in the planning staff morale support. And this is on the things that didn't go so well. And I remember when we were having the discussion about it, I was thinking, but you know, one of the nice things that could happen out of this unfortunate situation is that we can do what Biden is doing, is actually bringing some diversity into his administration. So hopefully the reconstruction of the city staff will include some real diversity. It's kind of tiring to look at to the Zoom windows with just one kind of people. So hopefully this is a chance to start real changes. That would be the one good thing about it, because the rest of it is pretty bad.
David,
Yeah.
this is Cindy. Were you planning on making it bigger again? Just, we have some.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to, we're on break for another 3 minutes and I was just trying on my screen to look around and see what I need to organize. So I will make it bigger again. Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Once
Thank
we get started. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, David, I think I've done all my voting, but I hope it shows up in your tabulation or whatever it is you're going to be doing with it.
Okay, yeah, we'll kind of take a look and see if it looks like everybody's votes are there.
Let's see.
Let's see this. Sorry about that. I have to move this around a little bit. There we go.
I'm moving mine, but I'm assuming that you won't even notice that I'm moving things too. In order for me to do it, I have to. It should be independent of what you're doing, I think.
Mostly, if I start moving something around under you, though, I could screw you up. Sorry.
Mm.
Huh.
Something. That's not what I wanted to do.
It's pretty thrilling to introduce new technology in the middle of a meeting like this.
Thank you, David.
Oh, you're welcome. I thought we'd have fun with it. And I realized the voting would be the fun part. Now we'll have to start to do more hard work again once we got one more minute before we're done.
You know, like I said, my initial comment was precisely because I remember when we went through this process, it took a while. I was thinking, I hope we can be a little bit expedient because, it can get a little bit unruly.
Yeah, it's harder than being in a room together. So thanks for being patient when it's a little bit clumsy. And I'm actually getting tired of hearing my own voice, to tell you the truth. But
I'm not. I don't mind hearing you. I like your voice. I like your background, Sarah.
Thank you. It's Yosemite.
Aha, I couldn't see all the back, but it's nice.
Yeah. Very calming.
I think I need dessert. I ate in a hurry because I have my teenager at home, so I had to deliver. So that's why I was disappearing little bits at a time to get him through. I had to do the same thing this morning. I have a meeting. I ate in the morning, and I had to feed him.
Just keep shoveling food into him.
You know, it's just the kind of thing you just have to work around because they have, like in the morning he has school, so we have a little routine getting him set up so he can run down to his classes. And
nice.
And then he knows on Thursdays, so we kind of set up so that I can get started on things and then go and then check on stuff. So if I see him coming, I know I'm supposed to go and check on something. And my freshman kid is coming home. It's amazing what this semester has done. He tells me he misses me, which, you know, I never heard those words before.
Will he be home now until like after the New Year's?
Yeah, he's not coming until December.
Okay.
He's not, because he will have to quarantine, and he's doing this study pod in Seattle, and I thought he was going to be so excited the whole time that he want to stay extra, but he doesn't. He doesn't. You know, initially he thought about swinging by LA, visit with grandma. He's not doing it. He wants to come home.
Oh.
So I just try to keep him excited about coming home by telling him, you know, we have this running menu with his favorite dishes.
Awesome.
So he's excited about coming. It's just hard. He says it's really, really hard, and he's really tired. Every time I talk to him, how you doing? I said, I'm tired as always.
Oh,
that's semester, first semester, and he knew it was going to be tough. He's a Harvey Mudd, so he was told you're going to be working your butt off, and so now he knows what that means.
I can't even imagine what it's like to be a kid during all this stuff. Oh, so it's so, everything's always so bright and technicolor for kids. It's so crazy. Well, thanks everybody for voting during break. Lisa, did you vote on everything you wanted in the first group? I see you.
I believe so. I allocated my 5 green dots.
Because on the first one, I only see 2 of
Oh,
your.
am I allowed 5 per question?
You get 5 total. Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah, I've allocated my 5 total.
Okay, maybe you duplicated them or something. Okay.
Well, you can have 5 per question. I mean, maybe you're not supposed to, but you can do that
That's
here.
what I did. I used 5 per question.
I did 5 total. I don't know why they're still populating down below, but
You got 5 per question, Lisa. So as we start talking through, you can.
Oh, okay. I can add more.
The first area, it looks like you can add 3 more out onto this area if you want to continue to weigh things. So Lupita and everybody, I think it's going to be hard to break up into sections because what I'm displaying on the screen is actually what the community is seeing, and we're having an open meeting. So what do you think about the idea of that now going back into the 3 questions and then just talking about patterns that we see, groupings we might want to make, and stuff that we might want to drag to the right for the editor to try to formulate into a letter? So my idea would be that we just kind of try to group stuff, drag it to the right if we think it looks like it should be in, and then let editors take a stab at this for our next review. How does that sound for a process? And the public can follow along if we do it that way, because we'll all be together, and Lisa can keep voting on on the ones that she didn't drag over. Does everybody see 5 squares on question number 5 votes on question number 1? Are you happy with where your votes landed? So does anybody want to make any observations on ones that we look like we definitely will want to include in the letter, and any kinds of, I think, Lupita, you thought it might be possible to mention Ponderosa in the affordable housing section if that got selected?
Yeah, yeah. To me, it was, you know, like I said, a very tangible example of, you know, what affordable housing can look like in this city.
Yeah.
Especially because it's, you know, it's actually family housing, which we don't have much of that.
I think that could be worked into a discussion on housing in terms of things that we think are positive. Another one that's definitely jumping out is equity, right?
Yeah.
I feel like equity is an umbrella or theme that fits with should be at the core of any other category of work or highlighted issue. I don't know what others think.
Well, last year we highlighted it as an equity lens, right, in our letter.
Yeah.
So that language, I think, was quite effective. I've heard that come up quite a bit this year. But we may want to make it stronger somehow.
So what? Pretty good, David. You know, when we talked about how equity was so important that we wanted to view everything through an equity lens in last year's letter, and we're kind of headed in that direction here.
So let's drag over all of our equity related things into things that we might want. So what I'm doing is I'm going to just drag things to the right past that arrow when we think that we have some text that we're going to use. And then did we decide affordable housing was definitely getting a lot of votes, right?
Right.
How about use table subcommittee as just a reference to something that the planning board's kind of excited that they did, and it seemed to get a lot of attention from people.
I feel like it fits under innovation. You made that point before, David, that being innovative and finishing our innovations. So completing the use table review process and finishing the East Boulder subcommunity plan process, which was also an innovative, they are using innovative technology and all of that stuff.
I like, you know, there's obviously a lot more wording here than we would actually probably use in the letter, but I think that it's a nice one to talk about what made us happy. To go back to the original city council. What else is there? Do we want to mention, there's a lot of dots on East Boulder.
Right, but we may all have put them there for the same reason or for different reasons.
I mean, we were planning on trying to go with a couple, 3 themes, so maybe we have enough, but if people want to make a play for why we would want to maybe highlight an area plan that's going on as something that we would talk about that makes us happy.
So I'm going to jump past that, David, if you don't mind, go back to what we have already on the right. And, you know, thinking about making, talking about things that are real and tangible. You know, I heard Lupita the first time she started talking about Ponderosa. I think she was talking about it. My recollection is she was talking about it in terms of equity, and then later in terms of affordable housing. And so one thing that we might do if we want to keep this to 2 is we could talk about continuing to do our planning efforts in a way that we see everything through an equity lens, and then name some of these more tangible things, like the Ponderosa project, like the successes we've had this year with affordable housing. And then the second theme becomes innovation and includes the use table committee and its work. And so we're talking about the positive trends that we see this year that we want to build on are seeing things through an equity lens and taking an innovative approach to solving our planning issues.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have gone there. Yeah, so we have, if we kind of group, like you said, group, equity, Ponderosa, affordable housing all kind of together as something that we can create a narrative about. And then we have use table subcommittee. And I'll just add innovation then as another green box. Then we have two areas with a lot of ideas in them that we can draw from.
How do people feel about that?
I like it.
2 bullets.
I like it. In fact, I was in these are, in fact, I was going to say, because it also, I think it connects with what we said last year we wanted to do. And at least for the equity lens, I think it shows continuity. We spoke about how important it was to us last year, and now we're progressed to have real examples of how that is coming to be.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Well, an idea that I thought and I think I could just bounce it off the group. If we ended up with maybe 1 or 2 people who wanted to be the editor, would we be comfortable handing this off to the editor and having them take a shot at that section of the letter then? And maybe we're done for this section for today.
And just, David, to add a little and make it more clear, I think, for folks, we have 2 more planning board meetings before we have to finalize the letter. So the job of the editors would be to draft language that tries as well as it can to capture the thoughts that we've had based on this exercise. And then in matters in the next meeting or 2 meetings, we would put the editor's work up on the screen. And this time it would just be in text with no balls and boxes. And we would wordsmith it as a group.
I'm happy to serve as one of the editors.
Okay. Well, I think we should open it up to the whole board, but thank you for the offer. And David, does everybody agree that we have enough on the first question to move to the second? Or does anybody want to make a plea for another green box or another specific positive trend or decision?
Thanks for helping summarize things, Harmon.
Sorry to jump in, David.
No, that's good. I'm just saying, this is a tiring task, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I think it's working well. I think David has enough on his hands already. Thank you, Harmon.
That's good. Yeah, thank you for, please do help us talk through this. Okay, well, great. Let's, and it's, I just saw a typo.
Don't worry about typos at this point.
Yes.
Even the last name will be okay. Don't worry, those are minor things. I think that.
All right,
go to the next question.
Let's go to the next question. I think we've got consensus that we're good to go forward there. All right, anyone want to shout out an area that they see as being quite big here? I mean, obviously, the first one looks pretty good, right?
The first one seems like the mirror image of our desire for innovation. It's about feeling that it's a negative that we have fear around innovation.
Yeah. And we're also, we also get frustrated when outcomes don't live up to our aspirations, right? So it makes us sad when we'd like to go further in some of these things and we don't always get outcomes that we want.
Mhm.
So there's things that we can talk about there. All right.
So I have a question for Hella, and that is to follow up on Harmon's comments about CU South. Harmon, you mentioned that anything we say could be regarded in the future as perhaps disqualifying ourselves from considering the annexation questions if we have expressed an opinion about CU South at this point.
So let me clarify that.
Did I understand your comment correctly?
Not exactly. I think given that it's a legislative matter, you're not going to disqualify yourself by voicing an opinion. And you're allowed ex parte contacts and so forth because it's not a quasi judicial matters. You're allowed to do your own research. You can state your opinion. I just think that it's questionable from the perspective of our code of conduct because it makes an appearance of partiality prior to the actual application coming in front of us. So you don't know what the university is going to propose and what the city is going to negotiate and what the eventual annexation agreement is going to look like. And so to already have opinions on a record is in some ways the definition of prejudice because you're prejudging, you're already making your opinions known before you have the decision materials in front of you. So I don't like the way that makes planning board look. I don't think it's I think that it's a questionable, it's an issue that is a questionable violation of the code of conduct. I think it's an interpretation. I don't think it's a clear violation. I don't think I would, beat a drum about it. But, we do a lot to maintain our appearance of propriety. And I think making prejudicial statements ahead of, seeing an application doesn't help.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
We didn't get a lot of votes on any of the areas that I could see other than these three, so I moved them over. And maybe we can talk again about whether there's themes or overlaps or splitting of themes or anything like that. And then we can go back and see if there's anything we think we missed. But we have land use outcomes, equity, environment, 15-minute neighborhoods. So that's a lot. But I think it's, again, we're in that disappointment. We're talking about things that disappoint us with outcomes. The second one, I'm thrilled to see that people like the planning staff morale thing. I really think that City Council could use to hear from us that we really support staff during difficult times. And I think that will be a wonderful addition to the letter. So thanks for voting for that. And then affordable housing challenges and outcomes as a frustration again. I think the first and the third one here are both frustrations with positive things we're trying to have, and it just is hard, right? So those seem like pretty good themes. Anyone want to talk to it? And if we go back, anything that we missed that should be lumped in there? I mean, I apologize, Sarah, if my feedback on CU South sounded really heavy-handed, but we could spend a lot of time talking about it, but I just feel like it's not appropriate for a number of reasons to include it in the letter. So I put an X there. And I feel like we could just spend a lot of time talking about it, but in the end realize that, there's other ways that we can get that point across. So are we ready? What do people think? There's a lot of silence. Are people happy with what we were kind of gravitating on here?
I'm happy with what's been dragged to the right.
Nice job dragging things to the right.
All right, well then let's move on.
David, I just want to say, I don't think in the last question that there's any way of neatly merging two of those three so that we end up with a pair, but I think it's fine to just have three. You know, it's pretty usual. You've got more things that you're disappointed with than things you're happy with, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could have like you could put a whole outcomes umbrella around all of these things other than planning staff morale support, potentially. And then just talk about them in like a little set of bullets around the types of things that are outcomes that we wish we were moving further down the road on.
So the only thing I think you could merge is the affordable housing outcomes and challenges with the land use outcomes, because it's kind of the mirror image of what we had on the other side of the things we're happy with. You know, we're happy when these things work well, but you know, we still see that there are a lot of obstacles in the way.
So I'll put the green boxes kind of close to each other, and then I'll just organize it so the editor, I'm in move mode. Here we go. Oh gosh, what happened? The whole thing moved. Sorry.
So David, the way that we will get this is we're gonna have access to the entire thing, or we're just gonna get the themes that were moved to the side, you know, to the right side for people who are going to be working on the editing?
I'll just leave it the way it is, and people can work directly off this.
Okay, so that we just have access to the website with the mural.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it. I'll probably make a backup of it. Just trying to figure out what I moved around here that got things a little screwed up. I think, oh, it's this last box. Excuse me while I fix something. Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk about yourselves. Oh, I remember that. I love that. Is that what you meant?
Here's a topic. Discuss.
Yeah, discuss.
Coffee talk.
Coffee talk.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was Mike Myers. He was brilliant.
Mike Myers, all right. Back in the day.
Yeah. Sorry, I think.
I got to watch TV.
All right. So, okay. So back to this. What I did then, Harmon, to address what you just said, was I moved, made them into kind of an arc where they're connected, and then we'll just move these guys off on their own over here, because they're a separate subject. So we have kind of a large subject to the left and a smaller one to the right.
Yeah, that's great.
Great. Okay. Whew, that took a while. All right. Well, hopefully people use that time to think and contemplate. So the last one. I'll clean this up a little more later.
Don't worry about it right now. I'm starting to feel bad because I just remember that Sarah is in the East Coast.
Oh my gosh, it's so late.
I just remember. I hope she's still awake. I don't see her because she's not in my window.
Her eyes are open.
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, you're still there.
I'm holding my eyes open with toothpicks. Yes, my eyes are open.
It looks like the West. Well, I think that equity and housing, which Lisa.
Yosemite threw us, Sarah.
Hmm?
Yosemite threw us.
Sorry. I was trying to trick you all.
So just this section might actually require a little bit more discussion. I think that we know that we've heard a lot from, the public and through our own discussion that equity, housing, and resiliency are all very important. So, and that they have lots of dots. So I dragged that one over. What else for things we want to emphasize for priorities in 2021?
It looks like there was a lot for planning board architecture expertise and also for sub-community planning.
And also, well, I think it depends on how we calculate. So I guess that was one of my questions, because like innovation only has 4 dots, but it's 4 different planning board members. And then planning board and architectural expertise has 6 dots, but
Well, and if
5
we
of
had-
those dots are only 2 people. I guess I'm wondering, especially if we're saying that we're writing a letter that's for everybody.
Well, I think, so innovation down here is a mirror to the innovation that was under item number 1, question number 1, and it'd be nice to have it be a
through line.
A through line, thank you so much. And I think sub-community planning, I can't remember if it was an item in question number 1, but certainly the idea of the value of the use table review for setting the stage for moving forward. And then sub-community planning is a tool for doing that. Well, you know, if you have the use table review, you lay on top of that the sub-community planning. I mean, it's all long-term stuff, but they kind of fit in my humble opinion, they fit together. They're layered.
So we could maybe make a subject that is about code updates that are innovative and driven by sub-community planning and community outreach kind of thing.
Yeah,
We
I
can
actually
all those three together.
Yeah, I don't want to
feel like-
lose community engagement, but I also recognize it doesn't have that many votes on it. But I think it's important.
Well, in my opinion, if we want to really make our community engagement message powerful, the one that really costs a lot, but I always call it the gold standard, is working groups or community, sub-community planning, area planning kind of stuff, where you actually get people in a room to really concentrate on it.
Right.
So to me, that's such a strong part of community engagement that I could be happy with that being emphasized.
Right. I agree.
Works for
And
me.
I would actually, I'm sorry, I would actually say that I think the innovation is the idea, and then the use table review completion is how you animate that idea.
Yeah, it's the example.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start moving all these 3 over as a kind of a connected group then. I think I lost the vote. That's my vote I lost. That's not going to help. Okay, and then the use tables.
Yeah.
I need to move. Over, I think. I think we chose pretty much the right level of expertly using this tool today. If I had tried to make a breakout room, I think you would have watched me curl up and sob. Okay, let's see. Now, can I move this thing? Ah, I can select it, but I can't move it. Is there anything, are we going to move over board architectural expertise based on the number of votes it got, do you think? Or is it?
Well, I think it got 3 votes from the same person and
Yeah,
2 votes from the
that's
same
not-
person.
Maybe that's not, nobody put an X on it, but
I personally don't think it's anyone's place to negate discussion of something, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
have X'd anything.
That
Don't think
was
that's
my
fair.
attitude. I didn't use my X's, but if I'm gonna use them, I can put them all in one place too. I just don't like that kind of censoring.
well, I don't. Yeah, I just thought it would be useful to know if somebody had very strong opinions against something.
David,
Well, I have to say, given the last DAB meeting that I mentioned before, I feel that is a source of expertise that is available to us that we're not using and that we should, and that would diminish the need for an explicit architect member of planning board.
David,
Yeah.
can you make it slightly bigger?
Yes.
Thank you.
Once I this last guy. There.
Did use table and code updates not end up going all the way over, or did it just get copied?
I'm not sure what happened. Let me see. Ah, did I screw? I felt like something got really screwed up. Sorry. No, it didn't come over, did it? That's the problem. I will make it bigger in just a second, community. I'm sorry. Thank you, community members, for bearing with us. All right. This is what I wanted to do. So these are the three that go together, and then equity, housing, resilience, use table, and code updates and innovation go together kind of. And then the subcommunity planning was kind of its own thing. Is that right? Or do I have that wrong?
No, I think use table and code updates and innovation kind of go together.
Yeah, I think that's right. And then sub-community planning and
Is under that.
and community engagement kind of gets lumped, and then equity, housing, and resiliency, and then that's our three.
Right, and I would actually, I don't know how you feel about this, Harmon, but I feel like equity, housing, and resilience are the first priority because it's a big overarching theme. Innovation would be the second big overarching theme under which use table would go, and then sub-community planning would be it's not really a theme, it's an act, but it's a tool for, actually maybe it goes under innovation as well, as a subhead.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan necessarily of sub-community planning for sub-community planning's sake. So I'll just repeat what I said before, which is I'm not supportive of sub-community planning as a main theme, but if we're doing what we did above and we're adding small concrete examples to go under our theme headings, then in the innovation and code update, I would add the gun barrel sub-community plan as a specific work item to do.
Yeah, so I kind of grouped, I think that's what I was hearing was innovation using, through code updates that have been well thought out and vetted with the public, and then sub-community planning is another way to inform how we innovate. So those were the three, right?
Right. So if it said something like what you just said, sub-community planning as a way to inform the innovation.
Yeah.
With a particular specific emphasis on, the gun barrel community. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I'm not big on making sub-community planning writ large over the city as a planning board priority. It's not one of mine.
Okay.
I'm not, Harmon, it happens. I happen to think it's a really important tool for the city. So
Yeah,
I think we're just disagree on it, but we can certainly frame it as a tool for both innovation and community engagement, and then specifically mention the gun barrel.
Yeah, that works.
Absolutely. Okay, great. So I made it bigger again so people can look at it. do we want to, so are we happy with these as a group of things to work on? There's nothing else over on the left that we needed to pull in. We're going to remain silent on the architectural expertise at this point, except for people who are listening to this meeting.
I think it, yeah.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, maybe my veto things were too harsh. I didn't mean for them to be. I thought they would be fun ways to communicate that we didn't like something, but oh well.
No, David, I would have used them too if I thought they were necessary. And you know, the point about having 5 votes was that you could throw 3 votes on something if you thought it was important.
Yeah,
and if somebody else wanted to negate it, they could throw a couple X's on your 3 votes. So I think at the end of the day, the game was set up right. We just didn't need to play it with all the chips.
Cool. Well, so at this point, I think we've captured our priorities for the letter. Harmon, do you want to then take over? What I'll do is I will clean up this this thing again, and I'll re-email the link to it so everybody can go look at it. I'll also make a backup just in case something goes wrong. And then Harmon, if you want to talk about how next steps and all that kind of stuff, that'd be great.
That's great. So if you can pull your screen down, we'll all be able to see each other.
Great.
So first of all, I want to thank David for doing a lot of work, not just now, but he did a lot of work yesterday and he did a lot of work today. And that's a lot of dedication to our cause. And I just really am grateful, David, and you did a wonderful job. Second, I want to thank all of Planning Board for working this out. This is always, you know, a task where we butt heads and it's not over. We still have to wordsmith it, but this was a good first effort at getting the framework done and our themes defined. So thank you, everybody, for all of that. Thanks for staff sticking with us. This was very probably painful to have to sit through. So thanks for taking your Thursday night and spending so much of it with us, and thanks for the community for being part of it too. Let's see who wants to work on the editing job to bring the next set of edits. And you know, this I would go as far as to say this doesn't even mean that you're going to be the editor for the second draft. So let's just have a decision right now on who wants to be the editor for the first draft, and then we may nominate 2 new people at the next planning board meeting to bring it to the second draft stage. But for now, let's pick 2 people. We know Sarah has already offered. Is there anybody else who wants to be an editor? David, would you like to work with Sarah on this?
Sure.
Okay. John, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure I'll get a crack at it at some stage.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely volunteer for round 2.
Okay. Well, maybe we should just swing it over to 2 new folks for round 2. Lisa?
Oh, just I'm interested in round 2.
Okay. So since we have more people interested in round 2 than we're probably going to be able to use, I'll open it up for a fight over round 1 one more time, in case you want to throw your hat in for this round.
Question.
Yeah.
So what you're asking is 1 person per question?
No.
Is that clear?
I just want 2 people who are going to take what we did tonight and make it into a letter, the first draft of the letter.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be for the entire thing. This where at one point I thought the initial conversation was about taking on a, question basis, but it's for the entire statement.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sarah and David are gonna do the first round. So now you're thinking
far.
about a second round? I
Well-
can have the second round.
So we're not going to vote on second round yet. That's why I'm saying if you want to be in on first round, make your case now.
Can it be more? It can only be 2 though, right?
Yeah,
We
2
could-
people is enough.
we could notice it. You all could have a public Zoom subcommittee meeting if we need a third person, but it is a lot of extra work. I'd like to just save staff energy and just keep it to 2.
Yeah, Lisa and Peter, would if either of you feel strongly, feel free to jump in on round 1.
I wouldn't mind doing round 1, but I think it makes a certain amount of sense for you to be one of the 2 people, and Sarah volunteered first, so I'm hesitant to step in on that one.
I am
Just because I think you have a deeper understanding.
Perfectly happy to unvolunteer.
I'm really interested in the second round, honestly.
Okay, then I will stick with round 1.
Okay, we're good.
All right, then let's just, is everybody cool with Sarah and David? I'm not going to do an official vote. Can we just get some thumbs up if that's all right? Everybody got thumbs up for that? Lupita, are you all right with that? Okay. All right, then Sarah and David will, and you guys have to have the, you have to have the first draft of the letter ready by when, Cindy, for it to go into the next planning board packet, or the next, for us, for matters for the next planning board meeting?
Well, the next packet goes out Monday. So, but,
we had stuff late.
Our next meeting is on the 3rd. So you can have it to me by
2 days before, the Tuesday before?
2 days before, or the
Okay,
Monday
sure.
before, the Tuesday
Your deadline-
before.
Your deadline's December 1st. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, great. So we're done with that. Matters is finished. Well done, everybody. Let's move on to our debrief of the meeting and calendar check. So,
Quick
yeah.
calendar check. So Lupita, I'm thinking that you'll be attending the next Landmarks Board meeting, which is December 2nd. Does that match your calendar?
You guys are welcome to coordinate Landmarks Board responsibilities offline. I said you guys are welcome to coordinate your Landmarks Board responsibilities offline.
Okay, we've just had a little confusion in the past, so I wanted to
Okay.
take the opportunity to make sure we are on the same page.
Okay.
Let me know if it doesn't work. We can, if you need any changes or anything, let me know. I just wanted to.
No, that should be fine.
Great.
Any other calendar check items? Cindy, do you have anything for us?
No, we just have 2 meetings in December, the 3rd and 17th. 17th?
17th.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And so will we be able to finalize our letter on the 17th?
Yeah, because it's due the 18th.
Great. Okay, so
It's final, and then I can slap it on letterhead and get it to them.
great. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I made a true statement that we have 2 shots at this.
I double checked when you said that. So
Okay. Thank you. All right, so no other, everybody, no announcements that you're not going to be able to make any meetings coming up? Good. All right, any debriefing, or should we just go on to reports? People are tired. Okay, so do we have any reports from the city attorney's office?
Nothing for me.
Thank you, Hella. Anything from the city manager?
Nothing from the city manager's office. Jacob, I don't know if anything from the office of the director.
Jacob is the director.
Yeah. You
All
said
right.
city manager's office, Harmon.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so anything from planning board, any matters, any, John?
Yeah, actually, I just have a question for Charles, and that is pertaining to the shooting range that he and I have had some email back and forth on. And I just wondered if in the future, the city intends to be more active in terms of checking with impacts on neighbors aside from provision of services. In this respect, I'm thinking of noise and stuff like that for other projects that may be in the county but have impacts on the city residents.
You know, it's a good question, John. I'm not exactly sure what standards we use to respond to referrals from the county. So if I could do a little bit of research, I can get back to the board what it is that we look at exactly when we respond to those. We're bound to look at, service area. I think that's actually a requirement, but I'd like to chat with the comp planners a little bit and I can get back to you.
Okay, I do think in the future, there'll be other issues that are similarly sensitive that we may want to be more active on. Thanks.
Well, thanks, everybody. That was really a long meeting, and thanks for hanging in. I'm going to adjourn us. So see you.
Thanks, everybody.
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Have a great night.
Everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
You too.